some respects, it's just as bad now, the authoritarianism that is coming, Gerald. I am really, really fearful for the President of the United States of America to suggest, as he did on Air Force One on Sunday night, that American citizens could be deported, for his press secretary to say, we're looking into a way to see if this is legal. We don't know if it's legal or not. A, is terrifying. B, betrays such a profound ignorance of first principles to which he is sworn. He is sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to enforce federal law.
You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, yeah, that includes them. What do you think? There's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too.
Profoundly un-American, utterly unconstitutional, and I'm sorry to say, is coming.
It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Got a jam-packed show today, a lot to talk about, but I want to start with a couple of notes that I thought were important before I get into everything and forget that I wanted to share with everybody. One is that BitChute is, at least from on my end, or I'm not sure if it's their fault or my side or what's going on, but there's some kind of an issue between me streaming onto BitChute. So I just want to point that out for, because I'm a big supporter of BitChute, and I really do believe out of all the platforms out there, BitChute and Odyssey are the ones we should be supporting more than anything because of their principles and the way they maintain them. But just since I haven't been posting the link and haven't been, it's just because there's some kind of an issue. And for all we know, it's another kind of outside attack kind of a thing. It's sort of like I'm unable to get into the account right now, and they're trying to figure it out. And so just, still happening on BitChute, just hasn't been able to go there over the last, I think, 3 or 4 shows. They're still trying to figure it out. On the note of pirate channels and censorship in the same, potentially in the same conversation, my last Facebook pirate account, for those that still remember that we're doing that, I have really been failing on the side of the YouTube pirate accounts only because they haven't really been censoring me. And, I used to switch it up regardless. For those that know, we just use other people's accounts and sort of pirate stream through them onto YouTube, Facebook, and every other platform we're censored on, other than a few that we still have our original accounts on, just because I refuse to continue to support them. And I'd like to do it in a way that kind of circumvents their control. But the last Facebook account has been, it's still there, but they blocked us out of it. So if you got a Facebook account that you want to let us use, we can make it another Facebook pirate account, reach out to one of the people, one of the mods in the chat, or, directly email me. But just realize that sometimes my emails get lost in the wind as it goes these days. But last thing, I just want to point out as we get into everything today, I was reflecting on a lot of other, there's a lot of shows out there. Very few, by the way, that do the long form, deep investigatory, whether just conversing about things and theorizing or really going in deep on the details. I don't know of any other platform that does it, like this outside of the other people in the sphere of, the last American Vagabond, and those that write or that work around, send all of you amazing people out there that send content that we can investigate, or those that work with the mods. Other than that stuff, my point is in regard to the show and what I do every day, I do it all by myself. I do every single thing we're doing here, from what's set up, from controlling the actual stream, from controlling the soundboard. It's just me, all by myself. And which just doesn't, I don't necessarily think, I think there's a lot of people that do that. My point is that I think in the way we do it with the amount of content we put out, any other show that I can think of like that has got a team of people back there, whether they're controlling the actual interface and bringing up the content, which I all do myself, or any number of things, guests, and, on and on and on. I just think that's another point of, demonstrating our value in this platform, or my value in the context of this platform, because I think we put a lot of work into this. And to start out on that note, as you know, we're under a lot of attack. every single day, lawsuits and everything else that we're still struggling to pay off in regard to what I, at least as it stands now, what I feel we won in the long term. But ultimately that I'm fighting every single moment tooth and nail to bring this back to what we have so we can keep building. If you believe in this platform and all the work we do, which put it out for free every day, find the donation links down below and support this platform, because, or rather any of them out there that you believe in. I just think now is the important time to find those that you do believe in and find a way to support them, whether it's this platform or any other out there that you think is doing good work. And I think on that note, I wanted to just kind of overview generally what we're going to talk about today. And there's a lot. So make sure you stay tuned to the end. Now, we're going to quickly point out some partisan overlapping points that I think are relevant to the larger conversation. But I'm going to start with some Gaza overlap right out of the gate, because I really think it's important we don't lose sight of just exactly what that is and what it always has been. And as I just said recently, it's not slowing down. It's getting much worse. Rapidly much worse right in front of us every moment I look at this story. And I want to make sure we don't lose sight of what that is. Overlapping that conversation with some other points around Iran and Syria and different things that are relevant. Obviously, the Iran point we're going to point out, we're going to go through, hopefully reasonably quickly, because this is really obvious stuff right now. And we've already covered 90% of this. I just want to get you caught up on some of the more recent points. In this case, the weird kind of evolution of the totally obliterated conversation. We'll get into I want to get into it now, really second segment to start the show, of just the weirdness about what he's saying and how obvious it is that we all kind of know that's not true and what that might mean. And it's very strange. Maybe they're just desperate. Yeah, we'll get into it. And about the reality of what we see, expert testimony about what actually happened on the ground, and other conversations about how that relates to the seemingly kind of, the looming issue that we all know is coming with Iran, whether it's the continuation of the war, which we all expect, despite the partisan narratives out there trying to convince you otherwise. It's been a long sought plan left and right for a very long time. It's obvious that Israel's not going to let this go. And to see what we see around that and the claims of different upcoming things. Now, one thing, by the way, I'm not going to get into today that I might actually, we're going to be doing a show tomorrow, so I'm going to maybe touch on it then. But the July 4th conversation, we did touch on that document, the biodefense document, when it was first shown to me, and the scenario that takes place on July 4th, 2025. But all of that is the reason I'm bringing it up now is in the context of Iran and the sleeper cells and all these different things that I feel are swirling around. Just think about, the hype that's being built around where these things may go and whether these things are discussed ahead of time. We'll talk about today, and Yemen as well. You'll point about that. Talk about the Elon Musk overlap, the bill, all of which I think very much relates, and how the AI part ties into that. Good note right out of the gate, if you don't have time to stay for the whole show, is that they did up until now, I should say, vote down the 10-year moratorium. They flirted with a 5-year moratorium, and apparently as of right now, they've removed that language. It's not done yet, though. It has to go back to the House, and at this point, a lot of stuff can happen. But don't forget that Lutnick already said publicly that was kind of the mindset, and it seemed to suggest regardless of the bill. But a good note that did happen. But we're going to go over the other parts of the bill that are just as alarming around specifically the surveillance aspects, the biometric surveillance. That did not go away. Maybe like we've seen in the past, it was sort of this terrible thing, and that goes away. So you miss the thing that they always wanted you to accept. We'll talk about Trump overlapping with Netanyahu. We'll talk about the immigration conversation, one of the main points today about the removal of citizenship. That's why I started with that clip. It's interesting that you say that about U.S. citizens, and most Americans seem to only think about people who are born here, where a U.S. citizen is the U.S. citizen, regardless of how you reach that point. In principle, there's no difference. Somebody who gains U.S. citizenship is no different in principle, in law, and every other way, other than maybe your personal perception, than a person who was born here. And so it's important to think about what he's talking about. And Trump and the words now in this context of going after, denaturalizing, as opposed to taking somebody who was born here and revoking citizenship, which is very rare, but I believe this is opening a door to that, or versus people who came here, got citizenship, and now they're finding a reason to revoke that citizenship. It's a very important conversation, but you thinking about this now being proposed, which it is, and we'll get to, in the light of what Judge Napolitano just said. There is no way around that. It is unconstitutional, regardless of, in what they're doing and the way that they're trying to find a way to make that happen. So with that statement, you must stand back and consider that this new, now like as if they just discovered that people had legal issues from before and that's why we have to get rid of them. No, this was them trying to make what they told you there happen as they told you they would. We're going to find a way and see if it's legal. Well, they found their loophole, guys, and now they're going to be going after U.S. citizens, just like we said. Now, again, for people out there who may think it's a difference, to argue, no, they're not U.S. citizens. They are, though. Just people that came here and got it doesn't change the fact that they are, but the argument will be that they're somehow not the same thing, which is actually the crux of the point, creating a difference, a two-tier system amongst U.S. citizens. And how long until that becomes that you can fall into that tier because you say the wrong things? I mean, it's all right there in front of you. If you have not begun to call this out and you still think this is somehow America first, I just challenge you to look at these founding documents and ask yourself how in any way, not what makes you feel good or what you think it's about or what his narrative is, but just based on these foundational ideas, how this in any way lines up with anything that they were promising, anything that we think is America first in any context. But let's start with on the note of two-party illusion, a tweet from Greg Reese. Just to, I didn't need to share this. I just agree with this entirely. And I think it's important for us to think about how two things. One, that I think a lot of people, as I've said a lot, are seeing through this right now and just don't know where else to go, still fall back in line with the partisan game because in their minds, that's the only way it exists. But it doesn't have to. And that's the kind of point we're getting at. But as Greg Reese says, well, the other point was simply that there's people that use this against us, but only the lowest IQ bottom feeders identify with a political party. Now, what do you think about that? Do you think that's do you agree with the sentiment? Do you think that that most people are beginning to see beyond the party identification, that their entire identity is left or right or Republican or Democrat or whatever, or Green Party? If anybody that identifies with a party is his point, not just left and right. I agree with this. The idea that you are somehow like identify is the right word, that it's part of your identity, that you think you're part of this, not just that you support the ideas or principles, if they have them. I genuinely believe that we're here at a point where most people are beginning to not just look at it as if it's ridiculous, but start to call it out, start to feel almost embarrassed about the show that's put on for the rest of the world. As we watch the partisan screamers out there tap dance, these barking seals jumping around, making all these statements, and it's getting reach and it's being covered. But it's largely artificial, in my opinion. Now, challenge me. Tell me I'm wrong. I'd like to believe that most of the things we deal with are not. It's hard to say it like that. I was going to say that most things aren't fake. But then at the same time, I kind of want these things to be fake because I don't want to believe that people actually feel this way. But the point is, I'd like to believe our world is not an illusion, right? Consider these things. That's all I'm saying. Consider that this is the prominent opinion and you're just not being allowed to see that that's the way, the majority actually exists. But on that note of other two-party illusion stuff that relates to some things we're going to discuss today, Simon Godek simply says, remember this PSYOP from 4 months ago? So do I. Not a one of these influencers in this photo has called for the release of the real Epstein files since. Sure makes you wonder. And we're talking about libs of TikTok, DC Drano. I forget her name. You guys recognize her. The other, and they got there's Cernovich. They got these phase 1 binders. Funny how phase 1 never turned into phase 2. So you'd clearly either posted that to make you think there was more coming when there never was, or for some reason they decided not to release the others. You don't write phase 1 if there is no phase 2. It's just so embarrassing that it's this easy to, two ways to look at it, this easy to play these kind of people, or that they don't care that they're being played as long as they're on the inside or it feels that way. It's sad, guys. It's sad. And it's very clear. Now, on the note here, I wanted to share this. Actually, this should be technically after this, but I want to make the point first. This is Aaron Melnick. He's a lawyer. We pointed out before, but he's had this pinned for a while. And it's not about his opinion or anything else. It's about the reality of what he discovered, which is easy to prove. I went over it when we first talked about this. The moment this immigration focus started, rather the deportation focus started, which was, he says, I testified about how Trump's diversion of that, rather moving thousands of law enforcement from multiple agencies, by the way, to mass deportation was making us less safe. You know why? Because he moved people directly focused on human trafficking, on pedophilia, on sexual crimes. The very things that Republicans very much are charged up about and should be because they're important in the world. And they diverted in focus away from that and clearly have gone after largely people who are not criminals, largely people who are actually here legally in most cases that I've seen. I just want to point that out. Now we'll come back to it. The point is, I told you I pointed this out in a recent show. This is just an important thing to consider when it comes to pretty much every factor we're considering out there about the illusion of the two-party dynamic, the concern about foreign government influence, or just the problem of how the two-party illusion stops us from recognizing the undeniably obvious pattern of just the government in every possible way. And that is the overlap with, pretty much everything you could discuss. This happens to be about pedophilia, priests, and the cover-up. Now, we've talked about this in the context of Biden or Obama. Interesting how Republicans, with the smallest amount of evidence, in a lot of cases, valid reasons to be concerned, will make an entire argument about how these people support pedophilia, human trafficking, Epstein stuff. If you had a situation where Biden was trying to create a situation where priests were not allowed, basically where the law said they were supposed to report pedophilia or allegations of it, child abuse, and then the government stepped in and said, no, you're not, we will refuse, they're not supposed to uphold that law. Now, look, there's a point to be made in this. We'll go through it. From a religious perspective, at the very least, about why no matter what they say, there's not supposed to be a point in which a priest can divulge what you say in a confession. No, everyone can acknowledge that. That is the belief, the standard, the what's that word? The sacred agreement between you and a pastor or a priest, for that matter. But it's technically, outside of it being a religious thing, the same kind of thing as you have with a lawyer or a psychiatrist, right? Where they're not allowed to say, right? But there are times when that does open, when it comes to crimes, for example, in certain cases. So keep this just objective perspective in mind as we read through this. Donald Trump's DOJ shields priests instead of children, and the reason why is even worse. Now, it's not fair necessarily to say instead of children, because I think we're still dealing with somebody who goes to a priest and gives confession and says, I confess to molesting a child. Now, that at that moment is not a proven statement. That person could be lying. But the point is that the idea is shields priests instead. Well, I guess you could frame it that way, instead of the potential crime against a child, right? I just want to be objective about it. The point is that this is something that in most cases Republicans would call out if it was the reverse situation, is what I was saying earlier. In his latest twist of moral gymnastics, this is how it's written by We Got This Covered. Donald Trump's Department of Justice is now going to court, not to protect children from abuse, but to protect priests from being forced to report it. It says, yes, you read that right. In a case that sounds like satire, but isn't, Donald Trump's DOJ has intervened in a lawsuit to block Washington state from enforcing a new law that requires clergy to report suspected child abuse, even when it's disclosed during confession. See, that's one part of it. There's plenty of other overlaps. But we've already seen many things like this. Like there's an argument we could discuss about the, what was the one about a law that was around the age dynamic. And we were actually just, I think I was talking about this with A&M Wake Up this morning in a kind of interestingly overlapping way. But the point being is that there are arguments within these things where there's laws that try to make it to where a 17 and 18-year-old, even though technically that would be considered statutory rape, aren't charged with it because of X, Y, because they're mutual and they've grown, they were dating for 4 years before that. The point is that there are also very concerning ways that those laws are used, with using a valid point, and then obviously there's more nefarious intent behind it. And we always call this out. The point, though, is that those kind of things happen. We try to give you a balanced perspective of the both, all of it, but you get the partisan argument that they're just pedophiles covering up. Okay, and could be, right? This is not what you're going to get from the people that would usually call it out. Even though this is a very obvious case, same point. If this exact thing was happening and Biden was doing it, you all know what they would say. So always hypocrisy is an important point to make on it. But beyond that, this is actually interesting in how this is going forward. Now, here's the tweet from DOJ. It says the law in question, Washington Senate Bill 5375, signed by Governor Bob Ferguson in May 2025, adds clergy to the state's mandatory reporters list, which, why wouldn't that be the case? Aside from the religious concern, which should be considered, which is valid, that we, in every other circumstance, especially with what we know, as much as it may make Catholics uncomfortable, the overwhelmingly obvious problem of the sexual abuse that takes place within the Catholic Church or just within churches and priests, it's very common. We should not even be denying that today. And in no way is that some criticism of everybody who believes in God or everybody who's a Catholic or a priest. It's just, there is a clear problem. It's like anything else. People who, it's like we just talked about with government and sociopaths. I'm going to make a point about that today. People who are sociopaths will gravitate towards the positions of power. People who are sexual deviants will gravitate towards positions where they have power over children. It's not that hard to recognize. But this seems like an illogical thing to do at a time with what is going on and what they've said in the past. It says, while most states have mandatory reporting laws for child abuse, the specific treatment of the seal of confession varies. And that's what we're talking about. Again, that you're not allowed to say anything that happens there no matter what. But what do you think about that? Many states have exceptions for clergy penitent privilege that would allow it to be used as a shield in certain circumstances. Washington's law is notable for explicitly removing that privilege. The law is designed to prevent abusers from using the confessional booth as a get out of jail free card, especially after decades of damning abuse scandals from the Catholic Church. You realize this also works from within, right? So if there's priests, I mean, there's been an epidemic of priests covering up for priests, even going as high as the Pope. But instead of backing child protection laws, the Trump DOJ filed a 47-page complaint arguing that SB 5375 targets clergy. How would you argue that? Violates the First Amendment. Now, these, you know why this irritates me? Well, and this says, and amounts to religious discrimination under the 14th Amendment. I don't agree with any of those points. The idea that you're going to claim that that violates the First Amendment, in what way are you arguing it violates? This is about and first of all, or second of all, from a group that doesn't seem to care at all about those things, telling you that they're going to censor you, which we'll talk about today, censor you because you say things they don't like about Israel, deport you because you say things they don't like about Israel, right? Remove your citizenship as a U.S. citizen, as a singer, because you say things about the IDF. Like, it's very clear where this goes. But now they care about the First Amendment. Very weird. But then it says their main gripe that requiring priests to report child abuse heard in confession would effectively force them to choose between jail time and excommunication from the church. Now that obviously makes sense. That was my original point. Now, as a godly man, I would argue that that's not a hard choice to make. I mean, whether the church would excommunicate you because you divulged that somebody was abusing children is a really hard sell. But from a principle point, you argue that it's not about the content, it's about the principle. You're not allowed to say anything about what's in the Catholic, but you see the dilemma here. I don't get my point, despite the nuanced, I don't get why a Trump DOJ would even be stepping into this, other than some kind of weird overlap with all the things we're talking about from a religious perspective, or something much darker than that. But I'm going to leave it there for you guys to decide for yourselves. I just want to again point out that you know as well as I that people that would make a bigger deal about this will not, because Trump is involved. To be clear, it says no one is banning confession or preventing religious practice. The law doesn't stop anyone from going to church or seeking absolution. It simply says that when a priest learns of child abuse, they must report it, just like teachers, doctors, therapists do every single day. Now, my logic, my sense of logic finds it hard to disagree with that. Very weird, isn't it? I just thought that was important to include in the kind of we'll ignore anything on our side kind of a thing. Now, and this is not left and right, or rather, it's just your government. It's not partisan, unique to one side. Now, let's also not forget that this is not unique. Well, I guess I just said that for left. It's simply your government. It's funny how my mind gets ahead of my own points. This is from April 27, 2016. We've talked about this many times. Judge sentences serial child molester, as he cites, that's his quote, Dennis Hassert to 15 months in prison, which is absurd. That's all he gets. He was second in line to the president, guys. All right, the president, vice, and then he was the speaker. He's second in line to the president. And he gets 15 months as a serial child molester. The Epstein discussion exposed a whole bunch of this. So it's just a strange thing to see them do right now while they're shielding the Epstein files from being revealed. Seems a little bit telling to me. Now, again, let's remember that during the ongoing deportations dynamic, that they've in fact stopped investigating a lot of these things to go after what turns out to be maybe not the intention, but people who are not criminals. Now, when we get to Garcia at the end of the day, we've already talked about it, but I'll mention it again. Remember, they're right now using a person who is a trafficker, a proven and charged trafficker of people, and who has been deported many times. They're using his testimony to try to claim Garcia is the person committing these crimes. So just whether that's even the truth, which doesn't seem to be, there's a lot of pushback and even the judges aren't buying it. The point is that you're now allowing this person to stay in this country. That's what's happening. That criminal, multiple repeat criminal with multiple charges, and not just removing some people to work over here, but human trafficking and all sorts of other crimes, to stay in this country. While Garcia is the one they're building this case, they can't even prove to try to get him removed. Does that seem like what you got promised? That they would go after the criminals? They would go after, like right there is a perfect example of taking the worst kind of criminal and using his testimony to go after somebody who at best is less than that. And the evidence shows he's not even close to any of them because they're lying about it. This is important. Now, we'll come back to that. I want to make sure we talk about the overlap of Gaza and all the different foreign policy points to a lot of this. And there are very clear tie-ins to the immigration point, to the two-party manipulation, the tie-in with Iran we're going to talk about, and just to make sure we don't miss that this is still happening. I had a really great conversation with Robert on the 30th that I really think was more informative than half what people hear today. I mean, really just, and like I said on the show, and with Derek, I just spoke to him. There was already things in the works from Derek and Robert and others, by the way. There's more coming from different perspectives I don't want to jump ahead of that are coming out on TLAV. Like I said, guys, I'm not. I don't care what happens. I'm not giving up. Let's put it that way. I am absolutely determined to get back to where we were and continue to grow, no matter what. But more coming your way from both of them. The point is that he is just so knowledgeable on the topic. It's insane. And you listen to him rattle these things off. And, and we talk about a lot of it on the show, but for him to just be able to pull this stuff off, and you just do not hear these perspectives in mainstream alternative media and mainstream media. You just don't. And it's very important. Now, it simply was what's next for the U.S., Israel, and Iran. And we go into a lot of it. One of the main points was the ISIS-linked groups that you'll learn a lot about that Israel and the U.S. are working with. Not a secret. And they're literally using them to execute people in real time and to basically facilitate their theft. And let's not forget, these were the groups, as Robert explains, they were already using before that we've covered. That was controlling this area where they had to pass through, and every time they would take what they want and they would sell it back to these markets, and they would claim that was Hamas, and it wasn't. We can prove all of this. This is all working with the Gaza Health Foundation, which is Mossad and the U.S. It's frustrating, but watch this, guys. I'm telling you, you will benefit from it. Now, Rami Abdul of the Euromed Human Rights Group, in regard to that very point, and the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, did I say it wrong last time? That's what the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF, what they actually wrote. He says, this is an announcement from the American-Israeli Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, stating that aid distribution begins at 2 a.m. in the morning, in the dead of night. But why such an hour, right? That doesn't make much sense. Well, because under the cover of darkness, people can be shot, killed, and disappeared, far from cameras, far from witnesses, and far from accountability. What legitimate aid organization operates at 2 in the morning? An active war zone with military forces everywhere. How can civilians possibly distinguish the presence of Israeli troops, especially when the army exploits these conditions to carry out large-scale killings? The only shockingly dishonest people would ever try to make this make sense, but they're out there. They're everywhere. Warfare Analysis got a picture and shared a picture of what is being dropped on top of Palestinians in Gaza. This hasn't stopped. And this is what's so infuriating for those of us that have been covering this the entire time, is they will stand up, your Randy Fine, Donald Trumps, and Cruzes, and anybody that's on the left and the right will stand up and scream the virtues of Israel and how they're fighting for freedom. And then they will literally drop a leaflet on top of them that says, go, the equivalent of go kill yourself. You're not a human being. You don't deserve to be here. It's nonstop. Or, just casually execute them as they're coming for food that were promised. Here's what this is what they put out. And these things have been highlighted since the start of this by groups like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. It says, in a desperate move, after announcing that 20 Israeli soldiers were killed by Hamas in just this month alone, which embarrasses them, and following systematic massacres of civilians in Gaza, which is usually their way of getting back at Gaza for fighting back against their occupation, in an attempt to turn them against Hamas. But here's what it says. Israel is now dropping leaflets on Gaza that read, the tale is over and the story is ended. Hamas has become a thing of the past. Hamas has led you to the edge of the abyss, so jump. That's what they're getting. It's just sadistically disgusting. These people are trying, the point is they just enjoy, it seems, making them suffer. And then taunting them as they suffer, as their children are starving in their laps, as they're getting arms blown off in the bombings that don't make any sense. That's what they do. Now, on top of that, as they continue to play games with food and shoot people trying to come for food, the starvation has never stopped. The Cradle points out, Abu al-Hussein, 29, from Khan Yunis, has died from severe malnutrition under ongoing Israeli blockade and deliberate starvation imposed on Gaza. This is a grown man, guys. It's horrible. It's horrifying to see. You guys can feel free to dive through this if you want. The next one's a little just as hard to look at. A young man has died of severe malnutrition as a result of the Israeli blockade of the Gaza Strip. Forced starvation is an act of genocide. Every single day, these people are dying. Think about the kind of people that want to say never again and only focus on what they understand about their history and show pictures of people that were starved and emaciated and then not care about that. Every single day you're seeing that. I know this is hard to look at. I know it's hard to engage with. But if you care about humanity, if you care about people, if you care about the actual, this country for that matter, and care about the direction it's going in, we have to call it out. We have to find our courage, our constitution, and call it out. It just weighs on me every single day to know what these people are going through and to know what they're going through for you out there fighting for something that does actually affect everybody in the world. David Camp says, how can the Israeli defenders justify confiscating baby formula from a doctor? French Le Monde reports Israel limits, and the link is right here, as always. Remember, Dave DeCamp is antiwar.com. Israel limits entry of baby formula in Gaza as infants die of hunger. Nothing new, guys. This has been happening since the very beginning. I've been proving it to you every single day. Your governments don't care. Accountability Archive points out, here's the real story. Here's the number of Palestinians killed and wounded seeking aid on a daily basis. Now realize we talked about this before, right around this late May, June 1st, and the first time they got the real coverage of people being shot at the food lines. And they lied about it 17 times in a row until it became clear that they were caught, and then paused for looks like half a day. And then every single day after that, at least till the 5th, they shot people in real time. Now, I haven't been keeping track of every day. It's very clear to me right by this, but by everything else we're seeing, they have been executing people in these lines day and night every single day since, save for that momentary pause, it seems. Here are the breakdowns. May 27th, 1 killed, 46 wounded. May 28th, 4 killed, 86 wounded, 89, excuse me. Now, June 1st is where we saw the beginning of the massacre in regard to this one GHF food dynamic. 35 killed, over 200 wounded. June 2nd, 24 killed, 22 wounded. June 3rd, 27 killed, 127 wounded. June 5th and 6th, 10 killed, 110 wounded. Just goes on and on. Hundreds wounded every single time, but 5 killed, 6 killed, 36 killed, 57 killed every single day. 59 killed on June 17th. God, June 24th, around 50 killed. That's where we are. No coverage of that. Right? You get the right kind of person in the right context, the whole country will scream about it for 3 days straight. But 100 killed there, 100 killed there, doesn't matter when it's happening with U.S. tax dollars in Gaza, at least according to your governments. Now, as Sal Diagras points out, today, U.S. tax chattel funded yet another massacre of Palestinian civilians. This was yesterday. This time, the IDF slaughtered over 30 people, most of whom were women and children. Evidence every single time. So you can watch. It's graphic. It's horrible. Every day. And, in case you're just confused about how obvious it is, here's Haaretz from the 27th. Quote, it's a killing field. IDF soldiers ordered to shoot deliberately at unarmed Gazans waiting for humanitarian aid. But yeah, but let's debate it. Let's make sure. Question everything. Maybe they're lying. But, when you've got video evidence, when you've got countless testimony, when you've got them admitting people were shot, when you've got every single part of this, and then they come out from their media citing the IDF saying we were ordered to shoot people, maybe we should accept that they're being ordered to shoot people. Maybe we should acknowledge how truly dark this is and start calling it out. Glenn Greenwald, citing Peter Dow, says the entire generation of young people now view the Palestinian cause as central to their political and moral identity. Which even that I would argue is dangerous. Like the idea is that these things should not become who you are just as a matter of healthy mental status. But that same point is like a political dynamic. Why his point, as I'm taking it, is that this has become something that is monumentally important to the way they see the world. And no amount of propaganda can suppress that. 100% agree. I think right now what they're dealing with is the fact that they feel either they recognize that they shot themselves in both feet, right? Or they don't care, but they're recognizing that they no longer have control over the narrative, which is clearly becoming uncomfortable for them. Glenn says, this is why we're seeing more extreme censorship imposed against Israel opponents, from the U.S. government against Americans, as well as everywhere else. Criminally investigating a brand, deporting Israel critics, expanded U.S. campus hate speech codes, more U.S. laws outlawing BDS. Oh, yeah, not the left, as much as you may feel like that's what it sounds like. No, that's the current Republican administration censoring hate speech, making BDS illegal. This is woke politics, guys. It's the same damn thing. Max Blumenthal points out Israel met its quota by slaughtering 100 people in Gaza today. This was on the 30th as well. Excuse me, this was today. Thought this was yesterday when I looked at it first. So 100 more today. Among its targets was an internet cafe where it kills dozens of artists, journalists, athletes, and everyday people. Now the U.S. is rewarding it with more baby buster bombs. U.S. State Department just announced its approval of a $510 million contract to sell the Israeli military more than 7,000 guidance kits for 500-pound MK-82 and 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs, that they drop on tents in the middle of the desert. I'm going to point this out again as we go through it in context of the, not calling many different points, in fact, but they're just absurd. Is this what you voted for? Is this your peace president? The truth is, guys, plenty of people out there calling it out and aren't so childish that they can't recognize that we're not just going after one side of the paradigm, that we're simply saying the government is not trustworthy. And we're saying, and same thing now with this one. And plenty of people are honest enough to go, I agree. They've lied every single time about every single thing. I mean, look at where we are. I don't have to keep pointing out every metric or every deviation from Maha or every single thing that is the opposite of what we're being claimed. People are calling it out. And there's also the ones that are tap dancing and going in the same direction because that's all they've got. You know who I'm talking about. This person points out, it's Ben Ephraim, they are putting the survivors of the genocide into smaller and smaller spaces, even according to their maps. That's what this is. With no food, no clean water, no medical care. But don't compare it to a concentration camp or you might hurt someone's feelings. That's what this is. And guys, it's worse than this, in my opinion, based on where we are right now. 2 million people live in the green areas, and now they're being bombed nonstop, relentlessly, with nowhere safe to run. We've been telling you this for a long time. You notice how they push them toward the water edge? There is nowhere for them to go. They'll get shot if they go into the water. They've got boats out there patrolling. They'll shoot them. It's happened already. They shoot them when they go fishing too far out. But let's keep pretending like this is all normal. Free Iran Now says, should call them TLAV told you so's. Trump says, this is just in. Trump admin notifies Congress of plans to provide $510 million in guidance and munitions to Israel. Yet again, right now, in the midst of all of this, continuing to fund them. It's funny. Adam Green here says, why even bother keeping score anymore? The truth is that this is what you would have called out if anybody else was doing it. He was going to bring peace to the table. That's not what this looks like. Jeremy Scahill, in regard to the supposed ceasefire, in the same light of the supposed peace president, he says, and this is yesterday, Israel and the Trump administration are once again pushing false narratives. Shocking. It's not like, see, this is where you can go, I called that, I predicted it. Yeah, like everybody effing else, because it takes a special kind of stupid to not expect the, if they've done this every time, and literally every time they've got like Blinken, where it's Hamas's fault, Hamas has to accept it, then they do, and then they go, oh, Hamas lied over and over and over and over, what, like 15 times now? And now in the most uncomfortable moment when they're caught lying about Iran and everything else, the whole MAGA team jumps up and goes, ceasefire, he's going to save the president, or save Gaza with the ceasefire deal. I can't even talk right now, with the ceasefire deal with the president. And they, to deviate, to get you distracted and to make it seem like he was maneuvering some massive peace deal. And yet again, it turns out to be false. My point is simply that an honest person would go, well, I hope so. But if they've done it every time before, then likely going to do it again. And here we are. There has not been a real progress. There's been no real progress at all. According to the Palestinian negotiators, Israel remains entrenched in its demand that it will continue to genocide and occupation. Now, of course, you could argue that they're lying. Certainly could be. The point is, you can look at the actual process and see the same things we keep talking about, that Israel is maintaining a line that is different than what they claim they're trying to accomplish when it comes down to it. And of course, they always go back to things that they know will be something that no one will agree to. And the point is, they don't want their people back, at least not at all, not at the cost of what they think they're trying to get out of this. So the argument that they just want their people back, and that's not true. And they made that clear 100 times over. They've been killing them the entire time. Are we still pretending the Hannibal Directive isn't still in effect as far as I'm concerned? The point is that they want this dynamic to continue to appear, so it looks like they're trying and they're always trying to stop it. Twice, at least as far as I've seen, Hamas has said, look, we'll get out of the way. We will literally get out of the way here. And Israel, twice with the U.S., has put the language back in. So the argument that somehow they want Hamas out of the way and Hamas goes, okay, fine, and Israel then says no and reinserts the language that, like, basically they remove the language that says they have to stay, and then Israel puts it back in. That's happened twice. My argument was because, the obvious. They want them to be the scapegoat. They want them to be the one that's there they can always blame so they can keep their genocide going, their war. And but it's not just Gaza, clearly. Iran, Syria, Lebanon, like all of us promised and told you was going to happen, and it's clearly actually happening. It says Hamas has repeatedly offered concessions in an effort to make the deal. It has also agreed to relinquish governance of Gaza. Exactly. But Hamas has been clear from the start that it will not make an agreement that allows the continuation of the genocide. Why would anybody make a deal that would allow them to continue the only thing they want to stop? It says what is happening now is that Trump and Netanyahu are playing their same game in public, making it seem like there's progress when in reality they're just engaging in their own plots and not directly negotiating with Hamas. It's clear from speaking to Palestinian sources involved with negotiations that with some minor language changes and written guarantees from the Trump administration that the ceasefire will continue beyond 60 days. A deal could be signed swiftly. Israel is their only impediment. If Trump wants to achieve the release of Israeli captives, which neither of them seem to, he knows that he can impose a deal on Netanyahu. The U.S. is well aware of the minimum terms that will achieve that. Truth Social posts won't make a deal happen. It's so embarrassing how he continues to claim, I made this happen. And then the rest of the world's like, that's not true. It just keeps going. The U.S., via mediators, has tried to get Hamas to agree to verbal, not written assurances from the Trump admin that the U.S. will restrain Israel beyond a 60-day agreement. But Trump has engaged in mass deception against both Hamas and Iran, and Hamas wants all terms in writing, who in the world would take these people at their word at this point? It says this is one of the most recent descriptions from Hamas officials, and you could watch it for yourself. He says Netanyahu's lead on negotiations. Ron Dermer is meeting with Trump admin officials to discuss a potential Gaza deal. If Trump draws a line in the sand and forces Israel to accept it terms everyone knows will lead to a deal, then we could see fast moving. Short of that, nothing. I'm arguing no matter what happens, Israel's not going to let it happen. I do agree that Trump or the U.S. government at large could force something to happen because of their control over a lot of factors, but I do not believe they're the ones calling the shots. You could decide for yourself. Now, this is Drop Site News. Senior Hamas official, and this one is from the 29th before that. Senior Hamas officials, Netanyahu refuses to end the war. We will not disarm under occupation. Occupation. It's Hamas, yeah. So the point is that they won't, same point, they won't stop. Rather, just simple as it says. I'm trying to think of another way that would work, but they will not stop their engagement if there's still ongoing occupation, which that doesn't mean the game that Israel played, where they just kind of back away for a moment. No, we're talking about whether boots on the ground or, the telecommunications control, the water control, everything. That's occupation. Like the UN and everybody else who's honest has always been talking about. But this is just them simply saying that if without ending the war, that this won't stop. But same point. I just want to include that, but you can read it for yourself. This is what I thought was interesting. June 30th. And this is what I was pointing out at the time. This was an uncomfortable moment for the most part. Trump, Nick Sorter reports, breaking. Trump will be hosting Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House next Monday. This comes as Trump attempts to negotiate a full ceasefire in Gaza. You mean like he hasn't been this entire time? Like that statement acts like somehow this is a new moment because that's what these guys, their job is. The peace president never stops. Yeah, except that that's not what's going on. And they've continued to bomb Gaza and that there is no deal even on the works, according to everybody other than them screaming that. My point is the rah-rah, whatever Trump says, that's who these people are. Anything that he points to will be like, yes, the thing, that what he said is what everybody should want because we promised you. It's sad. And I think that's what you're seeing. It's everywhere. These people, their job is to just rah-rah whatever they point to. Now, Chief Trumpster simply says, why would Israel blow up this kid? He says, this is why people despise Israel. This is a Trump supporter, just simply to show you, because this is a newer one. But this happens every day. Another video where you can see them have a kid walking along, and it is a younger kid, and he just gets bombed, right? Carrying what looks like a bag of flour or something. Every day that happens, and people are starting to call this out. Of course, it gets very little reach because that crowd doesn't want to see it, it seems like. But let's not forget that overlapping this with other dynamics, we'll talk about Iran next, Syria is an important part of this, and I include this. This is technically not just Syria. This article was about as Israel further occupies Syria, the Western-backed ISIS patch-wearing terrorists begin executions. All these are images directly from Syria post the removal of Assad, and that's their people. We've all seen this publicly. Those are literal ISIS patches. I just want to include that to understand who we're actually dealing with here. And that after the terrorists take over, after they actually begin carrying out ethnic cleansing and murdering Christians in the ground of Syria, which has been happening ever since, now Trump signs an executive order finally removing the sanctions on Syria so the terrorist organization can start, moving forward. They held sanctions on Syria the entire time Assad was there, even after the supposed war ended, even though it never really did, because they wanted them to suffer the entire time. They wanted them to continue to suffer. The people of Syria. Now that they're continuing to suffer under one of their terrorists, well, we can remove the sanctions because same thing, right? It's not hard to recognize what's going on. Is anybody under the illusion that these people are not obvious terrorists? You realize they're the people that they had a bounty on? The people, that's Hayat al-Sham, the ones they said they were fighting? I mean, how is it not possible? I mean, how is it that that's not even a headline somewhere? Not even one of the corporate media platforms are willing to go, yeah, but they were terror. We all know that, though. It's because we're being lied to in every possible facet, in every way. And these things, what this all shows you is the continuation of a larger agenda that goes well beyond U.S. interests. And on that note, the same kind of idea here with Iran. Very important to understand what he's saying here. And I'm going to play this for you. This is Daniel Davis Deep Dive. I just followed him today after seeing this video. Iran's nuclear program obliterated or not? Now, it's actually really embarrassing to see how obviously we know this is not the case, and I'll come back to it with, all right, where is it? Well, it's weird. Did I lose that? Oh, it's right there. We showed you this. There's been a lot of evidence. First of all, the fact that they knew it was coming. The B-2 bombers everybody was reporting that. B-2 bombers are flying over there. You think they're stupid? You think they don't know what those things represent? They knew what was going on. And I also think it's because they were warned. I think that was quite obvious. But they, Iranians, the government, clearly removed things from their facility. Now, I think that was part of the plan because then it can allow Israel to continue and Lindsey Graham and the rest to go, they moved it. We can't stop until we figure it out. Okay. And we'll come back to the point about the potential forward direction of this. But what's interesting is that why then is Trump and the rest continuing to not just double down, whatever beyond that would be, continuing to force in that it's been obliterated, even after the moment where it seemed clear that everyone was aware that didn't really happen because of different reports, because of satellite imagery. But yet now he's forcing it into every interview, which is almost embarrassing. But why is that? You can decide for yourself. I think it's very obvious that they're lying about everything, which is pretty common left and right. But here is MIT professor Ted Postel talking about this discussion. And it says the IAEA chief, Rafael Grossi, discussion. This was about him and what he said about the material and the conversation we'll come back to in a second. Chiefly that they're claiming it was, as Trump said in many interviews, so heavy and they couldn't move at all. It just wouldn't, it's not possible. He has a different opinion. MIT professor. Here's what he says.
Indication from U.S. intelligence that Iran was able to move any material, including
just the opposite. We think we hit them so hard and so fast they didn't get to move.
There's public imagery available saying that highly enriched uranium was moved out of Fordo before the strikes. Is that accurate? Have you seen that?
There's nothing that I've seen that suggests that we didn't hit exactly what we wanted to hit.
Yeah, and as they write here for the podcast, it says he didn't actually answer the question, and there's a reason they're maneuvering. That his answer could very well mean exactly what we're talking about.
In those locations.
We're certain that the uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck.
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be.
He's so funny. He just got called out for being very emotional and responds trying to chastise people for not, praising what he claims happened. And it's the same thing, the forceful emotional argument. How dare you not praise the monumental action of our bombers who pressed a button in a plane? It's even if it did happen that way, this is not some earth-shattering development. They bombed something. It's not that crazy. I just think it's hilarious. But even the way he responds right there, they can't stand that they just go, here's what happened. And everyone else just keeps asking the other question. But that's not what happened. The evidence shows otherwise. And it's just funny to watch them get, people who are megalomaniacs, people that need to be in control, think they're powerful, can't stand it when they're shown that's not the case.
Says things were not where they were supposed to be.
And there was no indication to the United States that any of that enriched uranium was moved prior to the strike.
From any of the sites?
Correct.
And nothing was moved from the site, by the way. To do that is very dangerous. It's very, very heavy material.
Do you think that the Iran regime hid some of the enriched uranium before the strikes?
No. You mean, did they take it out of the deep one? No.
Because you were pretty clear you can't have a weapon, you're going to have to come to the talk, something's going to happen.
I don't think they did. No, I think, first of all, it's very hard to do.
How childish is that? I can't stand how these are supposedly adults, leading journalists who are literally going, you made it clear. You told them what they were allowed to do. In what way does that even make sense? Why is Trump telling another foreign country what they can and can't do with things that are not his decision to make? Things that every country have a legal right to engage with. Whatever you think about that and whatever your hatred towards Iran is, irrational or not. It's just sad. Like, as a journalist, you're making it sound like somehow they're responsible. They should have responded. Like, these are all, it's all paternalism. These people are sycophants of the statist power structure, to be clear.
It's very dangerous to do. It's very heavy, very, very heavy. It's a very hard thing to do. Plus, we didn't give them much notice.
Yeah, but you did, though. And everybody talked about it for a long time. And clearly it turns out that there was some back channel communication. But, clearly Trump's not an expert on nuclear material, like most people aren't. So he's repeating what someone told him, obviously.
Iranians supposedly have about maybe 600 kilograms.
For the podcast, this is the MIT professor in the interview. The first part, we're just showing you the kind of lockstep narrative that almost always turns out to be false when that happens.
Of highly enriched, 60% enriched uranium hexafluoride. This is the gas that they would use in the centrifuges. Well, you could put that in one canister. These big drums that they drag around. You could put that on the back of a truck and move it. It's like moving, a ton of material on a truck. I mean, you just have a 5-ton truck or, the back of a pickup truck. You can almost.
Because, they're trying to describe it like it was almost an impossibility for them to get it out there in a short amount of time.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's just trying to play on the non-expert lack of knowledge in the public. I don't use the term ignorance here because there's no reason, if you're not an expert, you should know these details. So they're trying to play on the lack of expertise of an interested and intelligent audience. What are you talking about here? This is ridiculous. They have these canisters that they use to store uranium hexafluoride. One canister can carry all the uranium hexafluoride, load it on a truck, drive it into a deep tunnel somewhere.
So that's not only plausible, it's likely that that's what occurred.
Likely. I mean, these guys are out there pouring concrete days before an attack or weeks before an attack. You mean they're not going to move this stuff where they know? We know the location because the International Atomic Energy Agency publishes the location data. And the Iranians have been following the agreement to keep the International Atomic Energy Agency informed. They have announced that they will no longer keep the International Atomic Energy Agency informed. Now we know nothing about their program. They could be right now enriching that uranium to a bomb at a rate, I would say, if they only had a small centrifuge, 1/20th the site at Fordo, they could be enriching 60% to 90% uranium, to 25 kilograms of 90% uranium once a week. Bomb a week at this point with next to no enrichment capabilities, with a small fragment of their capabilities. Now, who understands the state of the Iranian program would not advise a military group of officers? It was destined to fail.
Now, what's important to point out is it's the argument that somehow it's funny how the argument is always that Iran is super, super close to a bomb, but then at the same time, they're backward and not technologically advanced. And so, unaware. See, they're contradictory points. The reality is that they are one of the most technologically advanced countries in the world. They very clearly they know what the point is, to make it simple. Yes, if they really wanted to, they could drive to that endpoint. And that's what they've made clear for a very long time, that if we wanted to, we could. What I understand, and I would obviously bow to the MIT professor, is that the amount that they were reaching to was not the level they had to reach, as he pointed out, to, as I understand it, 90%, but I'm not an expert, has to be reached before they can then produce the material needed to make the bomb. So there's steps involved well before even getting to that point. But as he's pointing out, if they wanted to, and I argue that makes sense because of how they're not, it's not like they're struggling to get there for the first time. This is about the technology that they've had, that they've been able to, and they just chose not to do it. Now you can disagree with that. It's certainly possible they're lying. I've never argued otherwise, but the facts and the evidence clearly show otherwise, even from our own government. And so what's interesting is he's simply going, all this has done is drive them to a position at where they've never had more reason to do so. And now they're not even working with the group that's supposed to be looking to make sure, which nobody else is really have to apply. Nobody cares about that other than, basically that's a group that's abused against certain people, as we've seen for a very long time. But here we are now. And now they're going to use the IAEA not monitoring to say, here we are. Now we know. Now they're going to do it because now they're hiding. The very group that's been lying about it for decades, saying that we can see it, they're about to do it, and they haven't, over and over and over. And now when the first time, if now you can't, now that's going to be the argument why they are. Well, they've lied to you every time up until now. It's so infuriating that we're even here still even talking about this. That's, again, not even, I did already, but that's include as well, that they have every right to do so, like every other country in the world. It's the obvious reality. Things matter.
And what you just described a little bit about what they're doing with the uranium now has been called an impossibility by everyone in the administration, basically from the top on down.
They can have, in a matter of months, I would say, a few cascades of centrifuges spinning and producing enriched uranium, or less than that. But as I said, frankly speaking, one cannot claim that everything has disappeared and there is nothing there.
Right. Same point, right? That the argument that it's obliterated, it's gone, it's just, no matter what perspective you're coming from, it's just not true. So why are they so aggressive about it? I more and more every day am starting to just think incompetence. It's hard not to continue to see how inept most of these people are right now. I could go off with 15 examples. I've always said about Trump that he's guided by his hubris and will be put bluster into things that make him look really stupid. And not to say he's necessarily stupid. I mean, he in some ways I find him to be quite intelligent, but in others not. My point is just simply that why are they continuing to double down on this argument? I think it's because I think there's some overlap with Israel and the foreign policy point that's driving that, or I don't know. I really don't. But I think it's obvious to point out they're lying to you, and that really does matter in this conversation. Now, again, we already saw this. This is from June 22nd. 16 cargo trucks gather near the entrance to the Fort Richmond plant. You think they don't see them? And Maxar is like a CIA cutout. That's the platform that shows this. And they're going to pretend they don't. So what do you think they were doing there? And they haven't even tried to acknowledge that. People say, they go, no, I didn't do it. It's not possible. So there's something going on. Now, here's what Trump had to say today, or rather it was posted today. I think it was either from yesterday or today, because it's around Alligator, Alcatraz is where they are. We're going to talk about that at the end. It's, we'll get to it. It's just another example of exactly what we're telling you. And you should get ready for Americans to go to Alcatraz. He says, we'll get whatever we want from Iran. Okay. It's fun to scream the things that we want people to think, but facts matter, don't they? Pretty sure you're not just going to get what you want. And pretty sure that you guys have been put on your back feet every single time. I mean, look at the facts. Look at the outcome. If you stand back and look at what actually happened, it's clear that Israel got knocked back again. And Iran was clearly standing they had the upper hand in that dynamic based on what they bombed, what they successfully shut down. And there's arguments that go even further about what they got. They have headquarters of Mossad in one of their main locations in regard to how they produce their nuclear weapons. I mean, clearly what they claim happened in Iran, if they have to lie about it, was not as severe. I mean, it's hard to see. You never really know what the full picture is because they're always all lying to you, all of them. But at the end of the day, to say we'll get whatever we want is just more bluster. I think that shows weakness.
But he wants it too. I will say he's coming here next week. He wants to end it too. We had a tremendous success with Iran. They won't have me. Somebody said, "When are you going to sign?" I said, "Sign? They are so bombed out." Did you see the?
So in case you missed the first part, they're basically saying, we're going to get to the ceasefire real soon. We're going to, sign. Yeah, we don't need to sign anything because we bombed them away. They can't do anything anymore. It's not true. So that's when you really try to, doth protest too much kind of a point. That really, the point is you don't have a deal. You're trying to make it look like you're the fast moving deal maker. It's all about to fall into place. Well, right now that seems to constantly be a lie about whether it's Pakistan, whether it's Gaza, whether it's Israel, Iran. He just keeps claiming all of these deals, and most people stand back and go, I mean, almost every time a leader of these countries have stood up and said, that's just not true. That seems like a desperate kind of, I need to be the center of attention point. And I mean, that's who Trump is. Let's be honest about that.
The report issued this morning, the place was decimated. It'll be years before anybody even gets down there. So that's not a priority, but we'll have a report and we'll have whatever we want. We'll get whatever we want from Iran. And I think, and I hope they want to have a good country. You know, they have massive.
I hope they want to have a good country. So your implication is we'll destroy that country if we don't get what we want. It's just, these people are authoritarian, belligerent, stormtroopers. Their mind is violence. We'll take what we want no matter what. And that's called freedom. I mean, there's going to be 6 of the points today that show you the same damn thing. This is not what we pretend that represents America. The idea that we can just threaten entire countries of destruction, or we're going to get that's Israel, guys. And welcome to the United States of Israel. It's what it feels like right now.
Sanctions right now, biting sanctions. It's going to be very hard for them to do anything with those sanctions. And
okay, and even on top of that, they're very clearly admitting to you that they're using sanctions as a punitive tool. They're using them to force Iran to do what they want, not because of some human rights violation. Even that, though, would be unilateral and illegal. Has been. I've talked about this so many times. The idea that one country can just level sanctions in a global sense they're illegal, but more than just the U.S. do it. The point of this, guys, that is exactly what shows you the case. That we're going to just sanction them because they don't do what we want them to do. He just said that. That's just, that is, what's the best word for it? It's authoritarian. It's belligerent, right? There's no legal mechanism there. You're not within international law. You're just it's strong arm tactics. You're saying, give me what we want or we're going to make you suffer. That's what villains do. That's what the bad guy does, if you want to make it as simple as possible.
I look forward to maybe there'll be a time when we get along with them and they can rebuild their country.
Is there a point where you tell Netanyahu, like,
yeah, but what about, I thought you were saving the Iranian people. Was your argument like Giuliani says that we're going to starve them to death until we get what we want, and then that will be them being saved from what you created? It's wild. It's like pretending that you saved the ceasefire from something that you started. You're not a peace president if you just put a pause on what you created or allowed to happen. It's wild what people will argue.
You've got to end this now. You got to strike a deal.
Well, he wants to. I can tell you he wants to, and I think we'll have it. I think we'll have a deal next week. That's what I think.
And if it is a deal that's made, it's hard not to see that going in the exact same direction as all the others, which is that they don't adhere to any part of it, expect the other side to blindly accept it, and then they don't, and then they get blamed for how it failed, even though Israel had violated it every day since it started. That's not my opinion. You can look at every single example. Lebanon just never even got discussed. Craig Murray was documenting this every day. They're bombing things. Nobody even brought it up. They violated it every single day. There is nothing sacred to these people. They will violate whatever they need to get what they want. Now, what's hilarious, horrifying and hilarious at the same time, Marco Rubio, and this is not a new clip, but it's important to see the way they frame these things. Khaleesi shared this today. This is Marco Rubio. We sanction Iran because they believe Imam Mahdi will lead a final war against the West and rule the world. This isn't politics. It's an apocalypse. She says they've lost the plot over Iran. That's Israel, guys. that is quite literally what Israel believes. And right now, most of Trump's cabinet. That's not hyperbolic. Hegseth and Maccabee and Bassett, these people are Zionists, religious Zionists. They are trying to pretend that Iran, this might as well be exactly what Israel is saying. I mean, it is. And realize from their Zionist perspective that, like I keep talking about, the idea is that they need, like, I should even just play this here. Let me show you the next one. And I'll play the clip. I think I've got it here. Let me see. Guess not. I thought I had it in there. Shoot. I bet you I can look it up real quick. It's just you've seen it before. It's just an important clip to see different, rabbis and people influential. Here it is, I think. Yeah, let me grab this and I'll show you one more and then I'll play this really quickly just to get you to see, in case you haven't seen it, the mindset about how bringing on the end times is essentially what Israel needs and wants. So let me play this clip and I'll play this one too. Or yeah, this on top of that, I'll go back to this. I'll make this fit in. This is something Jones put out talking about the dangers of the Muslims world's evil expansionist theocracy threatening. Yeah, there's elements of that, sure. But I think what's interesting is the obvious nature of what entity is trying to overthrow the world and control everything. And in many cases, the most extreme Muslim overlap elements are being funded, influenced, and driven into reality by the Zionist entity. Not a secret if you actually pay attention to all this. But here's what Rubio had to say about this concern of Iran overtaking the world.
To their interpretation of prophecy, believe that it is their calling to trigger this apocalyptic showdown. And therefore, when they recruit fighters, what they are recruiting them for is to be a part of this army that is going to trigger this final showdown between the West and Islam, that Islam will win, and then the whole world will be governed under their set of rules, led by the emergence of the 12th Imam, the Mahdi, their messianic figure. Why is this important for us to understand? And why is that important for the next Secretary of State to understand? Because when you understand it, you realize these are not people you can negotiate with. These are individuals with an apocalyptic vision of the future.
That sure sounds familiar. But I guess he doesn't have that same opinion about anybody that has an apocalyptic vision of the future. Just if this the wrong country with the wrong skin color.
And they will not stop until they feel they have succeeded in triggering this apocalypse. It, by the way, is similar to the views held by the Ayatollah in Iran. And so when people that have an apocalyptic vision of the future are growing in their capabilities in the case of ISIS, or trying to acquire a nuclear weapon in the case of Iran, you understand why it is that in many cases diplomacy and engagement does not work. And in the
very interesting. So I'll just play this next and we'll go to Jones's tweet. So think about what he just said.
Days, you're going to need the iron of Esav, which represents Edom, which is the West, Europe, and the Americas, to get intermixed with Ishmael, which is basically Arabs and Muslims. How in the world was this ever going to happen if not for this refugee crisis? At the end of days, you're going to have this intermixing between Esav, Edom, which is the West, and the East, which is the Muslims and the Arabs, making this through this influx into the world. They're going to have a far larger birth rate than the indigenous people there, and they're going to sort of conquer by number.
Okay, so on that point alone, you must be able, you should consider that the immigration crisis, that even the very argument coming from the right-leaning side of this, they will not replace, and that's not even, that does not represent all conservatives, not even remotely. There's a very clear, Republican-leaning argument in a lot of that it is a weaponized migration dynamic to remove the white people from the conversation. Isn't that not what he's exactly talking about right there? Now, that's not to say that it's true or not. You can consider that for yourself. But I just think it's fascinating from an kind of an overview that you have people out there who are arguing that that's what's happening. And then you can listen to Israeli leaders, Israeli rabbis, or any number of people across this conversation that will literally say that that's what we need to happen. That's what we're driving into reality. And the weaponized migration discussion goes back a long way. We've talked about it many times. We can quite literally prove that Israel is involved with that, stoking this reality. Even the point we just made, which has now come up back again, trying to use it about Iran, of the guy who was caught at the border claiming he was Palestinian. They just casually left that part out this time to make it about Iran, who worked for Mossad, who got caught in Egypt working for Mossad, and he was coming to the border trying to pretend to be a Palestinian. We have to put this picture together.
There are many different sources for this, where there will be many, many people killed and so on and so forth. So the idea of having these refugees come into Europe, it's no longer a matter of whether it's right or wrong. It's just simply fulfillment of what it was meant to be all along. This is the fulfillment of the Chazal and the prophecies. This has to happen, and this is just another sign that we are nearing, the completion of this tikkun of the entire world.
But we know one thing, right? That when it comes to the classic Rome, which is Europe, they're finished.
And you don't have to be a prophet or a great analysis for that. You have to open the TV or the internet and see that exactly what was prophesied then, that the sons of Ishmael are going to go and cause havoc around the world. So France is completely barbecued. England is next. Now half of Europe is completely half dead. Now look what's going on in America. So, now in a country near you.
Asking what's going to be with the Goyim when Mashiach comes. Will they be destroyed and annihilated? Someone asked, who cares?
Goyim being anybody not Jewish.
Okay. As a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. Every individual, no survivors. Not only as a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. In modern terminology, they call it cultural genocide. They'll be annihilated. They basically learn there's going to be cultural genocide. That, you know what, the Goyim as they exist as Goyim, b'fnei atzmam, that's done with. Batul u'mavutul.
Mm-hmm. Now imagine being unwilling to call this stuff out. Wild. Now, I just think that point is shockingly obvious. You know, the reality of what that is. I mean, I just simply mean the point that there's a sentiment being driven by a Zionist-led organization that is very clearly trying, you know, about what is happening in real time. And then what's interesting is that the people in this country that clearly the government and, you know, the parties who have been very shockingly, obviously infiltrated by that Zionist entity are now turning around and saying Muslims are the problem and they're the ones doing it, which then completely creates the endpoint. I mean, it's very much worth your time to consider. But the bottom line is that facts matter in all of this. And they're lying about what's really going on in regard to all these foreign policy dynamics. And this is not my opinion. You can literally prove this stuff. And so we see a lot of people out there just deceiving and lying about this conversation. Jones on the 29th put out, must watch, Iranian woman calls in, which, you know, due diligence, that's why I shared it with this image, this clip. Due diligence matters. Some random person calls in the show and tells you about all the evils of the Iranian government. There's plenty of people that disagree with the Iranian government. Very few that I know that want anybody else to step in and do something about it. But he says, warns about the dangers of the Muslim world's evil expansionist theocracy threatening to subjugate humanity. Now, yeah, there are plenty of people that have this mindset, but you have to understand most of the groups you could point to, ISIS and Al-Qaeda, yeah, you know, you already know. They're U.S. and Israeli proxies. That's the reality, and you can't hide from these things. And I'm not going to say that there are not people that believe this or even drink their own Kool-Aid or come to it their own accord. There are Christian Zionists who have similar perspectives. The point is, it's not about what they're trying to force it into. It is about anybody with a evil expansionist theocratic threatening to subjugate the world. That matters, right? Weird how it only gets pointed out in one context. The point, though, is about how obviously, if you're going to make it an issue about evil expansionist theocracy, how do you not include Israel with their public conversation about what they want to accomplish, about that exact thing? The point is, you don't need to be a brain surgeon to recognize that it's obviously dishonest to make it about one side of the conversation. And I think it's important, as Teese here, Conspiracy Synergy, makes you check out his outstanding work, made a point about this. We know a lot of people that have come from that. You know, I've interviewed David Knight. Greg Reese has been on AM Wake Up. He's talked about this. He even just recently chimed in. We know of True Street Media. We know of Jason Burmis. We know of Richard Grove. And every one of these people that once overlapped with InfoWars have all said the same thing. And I'll let him speak for himself. Lack of due diligence.
I am going to share a community story from our friend Richard Grove when he was at the InfoWars studio behind the scenes because of his documentary that he just filmed making State of Mind. And the commentary that he gave, observing that studio firsthand, was that they don't check their facts. They basically just run with it, and they do it way too fast. It's the same reason that, like, David Knight left the organization because he's like, yo, back off
and
with
the
it.
fucking
Stop
True
fucking it
Stream
up.
kids.
Yeah. So that's the thing. It's like, it's a nonstop thing. He's been like this for so fucking long. It's maddening. It's just ridiculous
for a number of reasons, but
you know, after
fast and
the
loose with
recent
what
bullshit
was going on was one of the reasons Burmis gave for leaving InfoWars back in the day too.
You have to, you know, obviously this matters. Or Bill Cooper saying he's a fraud before he leaves the scene, which very clearly happened. You can look it up for yourself. Now, more in the conversation of Iran and the misrepresentation of that. The IAEA chief, the International Atomic Energy Agency chief, says Iran could resume enriching uranium within months, which is, I mean, it's not hard. So two things this means. Obviously, that's the case, seeing as how they did not destroy everything that they used. You know, so enriching uranium is used for civilian programs too. The point is simply that obviously they could resume their effort to do so, and within months be back to doing what they were doing, which shows you that they didn't obliterate anything, but also that it's not an indictment of anything. It's simply just the obvious reality that is the case, that they didn't destroy it all and that they can go back to doing it. Now, what's funny about it is that this has been turned into things like this. Irish Star, Iran months from a bomb, which is not the same thing, you understand? Now, yeah, even the MIT professor alluded to the fact that should they want to, that they could, I think it's always been that case. I think they've always been in a position to be able to do so because they are technologically able to. They just don't want to, and the evidence shows that they haven't. And if you don't understand, it comes from, as they state anyway, question it, a religious perspective, that they don't believe that that's what should be done. And evidence does back that up, regardless of your personal opinions. But this gets framed as months from a bomb, even though Rafael Grossi from the UN watchdog says Iran could be capable of restarting its production in months. How is that the same thing as months from a bomb? And you see, my point is, it seems that people are interested in trying to create the dynamic again, which feels very dishonest to me, about creating the narrative that Netanyahu will use to continue doing what he's doing. Now, there's a few other examples of this that just show you the kind of thing we get from the U.S. government and from Israel or any other, the UK and all the other governments that lie to you as a matter of policy. U.S. reacts to calls for execution from the International Atomic Energy chief. Now, it wouldn't surprise me for a second if people called for this, because Trump or Rubio or Graham, they do that every day about people. It's obviously not that shocking to see people who are belligerent do belligerent things. But what I think is interesting is that you get these statements from Lindsey Graham, for example, assassinate Khamenei, like that's not a big shocking statement. And if it says about him or Trump, it's the end of the world, which we'll get to next. What's interesting is that it's obviously valid to point out from either side, but when it's clear on one and the other side, they have to sort of fudge the truth to make it the case, it shows you something. Secretary Rubio has condemned reports in Iran to execute reported calls in Iran to execute the chief of the IAEA. Rubio's comments came after Iranian newspaper Kayhan reportedly accused Grossi of spying for Israel, which, guys, it's been pretty obviously pointed out. There's been evidence of them relaying internal information to Israel, which is not supposed to be legally allowed, as well as the fact that they're using Palantir's program, which is being used in other ways, whether it's their fault, whether it's their involvement or not. Palantir is easily working through them. It's obvious that they're a compromised entity at this point, and I've said that for a long time. But that's not the same as saying that everybody there is aware of that and is acting in that same direction, right? Because there are individuals that do these things that do. The point is, there's been reports that claim they're not striking a bomb. So you have to factor the nuance into it. But it says, basically accusing him of spying for Israel, and suggested that if he enters the country of Iran, he should be tried and executed. Now, yes, he does say execute, but think of how different that is than saying they're, just calling to kill the guy, right? What they're saying is the same thing you hear from everybody in this country, or rather our governments. If you're caught as a spy, you realize that's treason, right? Or I guess, in that same wheelhouse, and the crime of being caught as a spy is death, or the punishment. That's not a new thing. Now, today we try to act like we're in some new part of the society, the world, and that we don't do that anymore, even though Trump's bringing back the death sentence. The point is, you can all have your different opinions, and it's a nuanced conversation about people who, think that we should have the right to put someone to death for murder. It's a debatable conversation. What I think is interesting is if a spy enters the United States who is literally trying to subvert the country, what do you think they'll do? To call for it to be tried, go through court, and then held accountable for the crime is what he's really saying. That's what would be the charge and the crime. But see, if you stand up and make this about the evil terrorist Iran, what killed the innocent person, and don't give all the context, it sort of makes it sound evil, right? You tell me you can't see the exact thing being stated by, Trump and the rest are so bombastic about it. They always try to push the envelope. In this case, that's exactly what would be the actual accountability for that crime. I just think it's so frustrating how easy it is to expose these very dishonest people. Why couldn't Rubio just literally say that he said that they would try him and put him in prison? Well, because that would suggest that they're willing to put him through a court process, which makes it pretty clear that they're not the belligerent maniacs you try to make them out to be. I'm willing to bet you if they had the situation reversed, they would not be a court process. Worth considering. We're seeing it right now with immigration. Alex Jones comes up and says, the Iranian news is reporting that this news is the Iranian news is reporting this news for those in doubt. Interesting way to say that. This is him. I'm trying to not make it seem like this is important for my opinion, for someone like him to push this idea, because this is their agenda, like their side, and pushing the idea, but doesn't want to make it clear that he's blindly supporting the government agenda and their narrative. So just kind of says the thing is being stated. I'm not saying one way or the other, but it says top Iran cleric declares Trump and Netanyahu enemies of God in new fatwa. And then here he is saying, incoming alert, Iran issues fatwa against Trump. Iran's Grand Ayatollah, one of the most senior clerics, has issued a ruling declaring that threats against Khamenei by President Trump amount to war against Islam. Now, you watch for yourself. The whole thing is about this is supposed to be representative of how bad they are and how belligerent and how theocratic and how, they're all terrorists, except for the fact that if you look into it, which we'll next, and realize that that's exactly what your government's saying about them, and they've already called to assassinate Khamenei more than once. It's just funny how easy people are to be manipulated by what they want to believe, or that you're somehow superior, that your crimes are not as bad as their crimes, or your crimes don't even amount to crimes because you're doing it for freedom. Whatever our childish dynamics are. But this is interesting. I asked Grok, has a top cleric in Iran issued a fatwa to kill Trump? And it simply says, yes, reports indicate that he's done that, which is obvious. And again, I will not trust Grok. It's about trying to use Grok to make a point. The evidence is clear. It's a public statement you can read, but it says it was published by Iranian state media. And there's links right here, by the way. To read the full thing, just the top part says, yes, reports indicate that has happened, and issued a fatwa declaring U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli and Netanyahu as enemies of God for threatening Iran's leader. Now it says the fatwa published by Iranian state media calls on Muslims worldwide to oppose these leaders, with some interpretation suggesting it permits their assassination, though the wording does not explicitly order their deaths. Oh, well, wait a minute. So they came out and said that they're enemies and that they saying that makes them enemies of God. And then other people who want you to think that, they turned it into assassination, but it didn't explicitly say that. Yes. Isn't that funny how that works out? And it says it states that anyone threatening the Islamic leadership is a warlord, and that cooperation with such enemies is forbidden. I mean, aside from fatwa and haram and the word that make you feel like it's a bunch of terrorists because you're ignorant of the conversation, how is that not exactly what our governments are doing? They're trying to kill President Trump and they're terrorists and we have to take them out. If you can't wrap your mind around how it's like the exact, to be even more clear, you have the U.S. government openly calling for the assassinations of people who they claim are terrorists. In many cases, they're just people they disagree with. On this side of it, you got them saying they're warlords who are enemies of God. And people who want to interpret a certain way are claiming it's assassination, but it doesn't actually say that. Doesn't that matter? Not to people like Jones, apparently. And on top of that, we're talking about the whole sleeper cell narrative. I just include this to get my mind on it. Don't forget how funny it was that they came out and claimed these were sleeper cells. This guy is a Trump supporter. It was covered in a bunch of different conversations. And he was basically upset that they're calling him out as a terrorist when he's an Iranian guy that used to work for the Iranian military who lives in this country and supports Trump. I made this point before. Now, they can if there was an ex-UK sniper that lived in this country, would that be immediately suspect of being a criminal? No. So why is it this? Because you've been convinced that Iranians are terrorists. I don't know why that makes sense to anybody. The point is that, yeah, it's worth, I'm sure that anybody with military background is somehow on some kind of a watch list or whatever. Our government watch all of us anyway. Not to say we should disregard it, but I think it's actually insane that this guy turns out to be a Trump supporter. And on top of that, their argument is he's part of a sleeper cell. He was found with his ID on him. And I simply said, because it's customary for these sleeper cell operatives to carry Iranian military identification, seems pretty silly to me, but question everything. Who knows, right? But what's interesting, as Orwell, I think, pointed out to me, this is from June 30th. 1,500 Israeli soldiers will attend Jewish summer camps in North America this year. We must oppose this normalization of genocide. Mondawise, which I agree with. I'm just saying it's funny that the concern is about, the bottom line is these are people that are Israeli soldiers that have been committing genocide every day. And they're going to be here in this country for what reason? How does this make sense in any real sense? My point is simply to consider that if we're going to talk about sleeper cells and you've got a military actively breaking the law every chance it gets, actively committing genocide, carrying out surreptitious, secret cyber pager attacks, and they're going to be in this country while we have an upcoming July 4th threat we're all talking about, maybe we should be broadening our perspective on what might be involved in this sleeper cell dynamic. Just something worth pointing out. Now, a couple of other points. Haaretz reports today, the IDF says missiles from Yemen have been intercepted. Now, this is important. Yemen is playing an interesting role in all of this. And I think that they're continuing to show that they are not going to back down and that this is much bigger than one country and one argument, one propaganda campaign. You know, Israel has effectively opened up all these fronts of war. And at some point, it's going to, I mean, I don't see how at some point these people don't get together and simply argue that it's in their interest to have a unified front against this, which is, by the way, what the whole Abraham Accords and the normalization was all about. They're trying to subvert these countries, rather the leaderships of these countries, which I'll get into in another show. Appears as if these people that got the leadership of these countries are well aware that they no longer have the majority support of their countries because of what they're doing. And that's why they're Qatar, Israel, or the UAE. They're getting $1 billion+ from the U.S. to the U.S. government. There's like these are like protection rackets going on right now, and I think it's clear that at some point this is going to fall against them, and they're going to try to turn it into terrorism against the West. When in reality, they have been effectively, constantly bombing, subverting, carrying out genocides against all of these countries, and there's no justification for it. Menso simply points out, yes, there are missiles being launched at Israel, sirens incoming. This was today, middle of the day. So we'll see what continues to happen. I do believe this is going to get worse. They're going to use the Yemen point to simply... Now, you know what? On a side note, it's also worth considering that this was a claim that they'll use to spin into something they want to do. It's always worth questioning whether these are being lied about. But it honestly wouldn't surprise me at all. It makes sense that Yemen would be stepping into it like they have been every time before this. Like the only country in the world that seems to be aware of what's at stake, aware of what the legal international dynamic is showing, and regardless of how much they're suffering because of it, standing their ground. It's commendable. Now, let's talk about this overlap with, there's some foreign policy I wanted to make sure we were covering. Now, the rest of this very clearly does continue to overlap with all of that. All that kept in mind. Let's talk about Elon Musk's overlap with that very dynamic, which should not be ignored, and the bill discussion and how that plays into it and how that overlaps with the AI point, which then overlaps with immigration. And all this is it's interesting how all this is connected. Al Jazeera, and this is to set this in your mind. Elon Musk's Israel trip. What was the purpose? What did he tell Netanyahu? Ever since that trip, we all saw something shift. You can decide what that means, but clearly there's something different going on in all this. And now with his kind of pulled away, I'm not sure how to take what's going on right now. Also include this. Elon Musk jokes about Nazis after Netanyahu defends him as great friend of Israel. It's so funny. You just can't miss the fact that out of everybody, the ADL will come out and say, we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, they never do that. In fact, they'll accuse people who are not being racist in any way for being so because they don't like what their politics are. But Elon Musk will come out, whatever you think about what he intended to do, it's exactly what it looks like, and come out and go, no, he didn't mean it. It's just almost, it's hilarious. The point is clearly they're aligned with their agendas. So Elon Musk, and this is what I meant about not sure how to place all of this. He came out on the 28th and said, polls show that this bill, the big Trump bill, is political suicide for the Republican Party. And I'm going to get into some of the more statements, but just right out of the gate, I'm going, okay, so he pulls away from this. I mean, remember, my earlier thoughts, just my thoughts, not that I can prove this or even that I feel that, I'm kind of on the fence, to be honest, but what I'm leaning toward, what makes sense, is that Elon Musk was kind of tactically moved aside because he was causing so much strife and so much focus. Now, can we all just notice that since he's kind of stepped away, it's at least to some degree calmed down, like in that sphere? I mean, like in the sense of like the way that the social media, like the way he was driving it felt, like hair on fire. Like it felt really crazy. It just felt belligerent and it felt kind of like out of sorts. Now he's pulled away a little bit. My point was, I feel like that was sort of tactical. Like we can't achieve this with your face in front of everybody. It's become too much of a focal point. Or maybe they did split because of some debate, or some, like they don't like each other, which I think was already the case before it started. Like with Vance and Gabbard and RFK, seemingly everybody in his inner circle, that right before they were best teammates, they hated Trump and said so publicly many times. Or Rubio, they called each other. It's just so weird how that works. But my point is to question whether or not this is coordinated, even if it does very clearly seem like they're currently feuding. Just always consider that. Consider the unlikely, right? But what do you think this means? Why suddenly are they at feuding? Do you think it is genuine? I really do want your opinions. Do you think that this is something that is actually, a hindrance to what they're trying to accomplish? And if that's the case, how does it make sense? Because let's not forget, Elon Musk is a massive contractor. Now, yes, Trump is flirting, which I'll show you in a second, with the idea of removing all of his subsidies, which is not the same as his contracts, but it's, you're opening a door to something there. Whether it happens or not will make a big difference. But this guy is immersed. Like, Elon Musk is this, the military contractor dynamic. Elon Musk is this huge part of like Starlink and the satellite dynamic and the, NRO and their satellite spy network. Neuralink, I mean, even the AI point, he is like, you can't decouple him, I think, from most of what's happening, despite the fact that I think he was pushed away from Tesla. Like, all these things just seem, there's so much, these things are mostly not relevant to the bigger point, which is why I haven't been going into them. But what does it mean to you? And also one more point before I go into the rest of it, stand back and look how embarrassing it is. These people like Catter and the rest, or Benny Johnson, that will come out and be like, the thing, whatever they just said, Tesla, Cybertruck, we're all behind it. And then now half of them are like, Elon Musk is a traitor and he's not America first. So were you all just children following along with whatever you were told? Did you suddenly change your mind? Why? He's doing the same thing he's always done. Is it only whether or not he's blindly following Trump? Then that makes it only about Trump. Like, it's just, you can't not see how clearly these people will go along with everything they're told to do. Massey said things bad. Now Massey's bad guy. Like, it's just so clear. So I just think it's interesting to think about that and how clearly suddenly, now like Tesla was going to save the world and Cybertrucks are the best thing in the world. Now all of a sudden he's pushed out of the company and the company's doing, it's just, there's something going on. So Elon Musk says polls show that this bill is political suicide. You can look at the dynamics. I think it's clearly not in the interest of Americans for 1,000 reasons, but that's not a unique opinion. Elon Musk says every member of Congress who campaigned, this was yesterday, who campaigned on reducing government spending, which was the whole point, right? And then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history. Isn't that what he hated Massey for saying? Should hang their head in shame. Now, also asked why he didn't really make these points while he was still overlapped with the government, where there was a lot of ongoing building toward this. He started to, but it says, and they will lose their primary next year if it's the last thing I do on this earth. Now that's interesting. That's him now saying he will fight to remove them from politics, which is interesting, seeing as how he's technically still part of the government, regardless of what the ruling actually made that clear. Regardless of you stepping away, you're technically part of this administration. And on top of that, that him challenging or trying to work against politicians with his influence and his money, there's all sorts of weird overlapping conflicts there. This says, please support Massey. And then he says, I will. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's something off about this to me. This feels very contrived, and I'll make my point about that in a second. He says, and this is all later in the day, and yesterday, if this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. And there you go. The shoe drops. Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat Republican Uniparty. How long have I been telling you this was coming? So that the people actually have a voice. They tried to do it with their kind of spin-off MAGA movement. Didn't work, and I think this is about creating, and, look, very well could be possibly that he just is doing this. That he genuinely just is mad, which then would argue more of the kind of split deviation of what we're seeing today. But something tells me, just history, and we should at least consider that this was all manufactured to create the logical next step into the third party that will change everything. Which, I mean, a lot of us have been kind of wondering when that shoe would drop. When will they, drive you into the new, like, the point is, a lot of us have been asking for a long time. Why don't people go into another party? Well, it's not going to, why waste your vote? Which is always so embarrassing to me when they're telling you every vote matters. But why haven't they just created that? Just artificially driven out the new third party and then driven. So you think you've changed everything. That's what I think this probably is. Just, it's worth considering. Now, oh wait, did I read it all? Yeah. So here is what Trump said today. Very, very interesting.
You got a lot of hostages back, but we're going to talk about that. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot.
I mean, isn't this just gross? Like, just so casually talking about the abuse of power. And what it really shows you is that they've been doing it the entire time. If Trump could just casually go, oh, we'll just throw out Doge against Elon, take his things away. He's an authoritarian dictator. That's, I mean, it's, let's not make this about one person. This is the same thing that any other person in this position, left or right, in my opinion, would be doing right now. It's just wild. So then we can now acknowledge that the way they were applying this has been partisan. It's been focused on what they want. It hasn't been broadly about anything other than control, influence. You know what I mean? It's just very obvious. At the very least, even if you think everything else was the right thing, he's showing you right there that he's willing to use it for his personal petty dilemmas, or rather, disagreements.
The subsidies, Peter.
He says he's got a lot of subsidies.
It's a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the...
So wait, really quickly. So are you suggesting that means that they're all illegal? Like, isn't Doge only removing things that are wrong or unnecessary or shouldn't be there? Or are you simply just saying you can just arbitrarily remove it because he made mean words about you? I mean, it's just very clear to me what he's doing right here. And it just shows you that he just either is lacking self-awareness of how obvious it is, or that they're just trying to drive you to a place to where we're like post what we think this country is. Like, I believe that's where we're going, incrementally driving us to a place to where we just get rid of the Constitution. We just, it's inevitably coming if we don't fight for this.
EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want.
Think about that. How embarrassing he was shilling for Elon Musk cars with his new Tesla outside the White House. And now he's singing a different tune. This takes a special kind of willful, a blind follower to just follow along. And you know them, you see them out there right now. 30 seconds later going, now they're the worst thing. Don't ever do it. Despite Cat Turd and the rest, screaming forever. It's just, and Trump just different. I mean, so was he lying the first time or was he lying now? You guys can decide.
An electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car,
such a clown.
There's one problem: it blows up. So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter test it out
with his ridiculous Gulf of America hat. I mean, all these things are just so petty and small. I mean, it really is beneath everybody. It seems. I mean, it's just so childish. So, in case you couldn't hear it, they said, "Are you going to deport Elon Musk?" Because that has become a real conversation. And it says, we'll have to take a look. And so yet again, it shows you how frivolous this is. If of all people, Elon Musk can even be in the vein of conversation of potentially being deported, do you really think that you're off limits out there? It says, we might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? The monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies. I mean, how are you conservatives out there not just calling this out? I mean, unless you're a blind team player, unless you have no principles, this should be jarring to you. Here, 50 Shades of Way says, why is DHS and Doge putting us all on a searchable national citizenship database? No, you already know about this. This is the overlapping point of the Immigration OS, the Palantir database. This is all being collected and all being put together. And we've been talking about it for a very long time. And all the usual suspects are trying to pretend it's the small thing. Leftists don't like it. This country is going to rapidly change if we keep following morons like that. This guy says this sounds like Adolf Hitler stuff. Trump officials create searchable national citizenship database. So Doge, sticking Doge on him and all these overlapping points, it's pretty clear this is becoming something. I mean, it's obvious this is getting beyond, it's well outside the bounds of what we pretend this country is. And this is from Forbes today. Elon Musk's net worth plunges $12 billion as Trump targets his empire in feud. See the kind of power the power that he has. I was going to say makes him think Trump can just go no longer and boom, $12 billion falls off. That is power. As petty and small as they may be. And now, whether this is trying to get you to think that's the case or not, $12 billion is a lot of money. Now, Thomas Massey comes out and it's just talking about the bill and the overlapping point of all this. Remember, Elon Musk is calling out the bill, which is one of the main reasons this is happening. Because let's not forget, the bill is a huge step for what they're trying to accomplish. AI and a lot of other things we'll talk about next. Ron Paul came out yesterday and said, as was easily predictable, all the carrots they hung on the big, beautiful bill to get House Republicans to vote on it have been stripped from the Senate version. Surprise, surprise. The only thing remaining is the massive increase in debt. As usual, Thomas Massey was right. Will the final vote saddle Americans with this bankrupt albatross? It's about 30 minutes, always worth your time. Daniel McAdams, Ron Paul, very knowledgeable. He says, thank you, Ron Paul, for amplifying truth and defending freedom as always. Now, 7 Seas, for example, was all rightly pointing out that suspect connections of Thomas Massie. It doesn't have to prove that people are compromised one way or even, the bottom line is we should be questioning all of them, no matter what. And that's why my stance in general, this is my personal, I'm just not supporting politicians at this point. Like there's a part of me that wanted to call out all the lies about the Zarandi, the new politician. Everyone's all making the same point, how he's eating food with his hands, showing how completely ignorant and how stupid they are, how little they know about the world, and how clearly all the people made the right points. People calling it out or saying, here you are. It's not even worth getting into. The point is I didn't get into it because I don't want to support a politician. I just don't. Not at this point in time. As much as he's being lied about, I don't want to get into it. So my point though is that I question all of them like we should. But and even if, for example, all the ties that he's pointing out end up exposing, he's not actually honest. The point is the same. I will support this now and him saying this now because it is right, because what he's saying is correct. And the next thing he says, I will hold I'll hold in the light and I'll question more than anything. That's how we always have to engage with this. Support what is correct and drive people to start doing the same, even if it's for opportunism. Now, Massie, without question, in my opinion, the fact show is the most principled person in Congress. Whether that's what he wants to present or not, if it's not it doesn't matter at this point. He is, because you can look at his track record. You can recognize that he is what they call America First far more than everybody else in the MAGA movement. That matters. Question him the same as you would anybody else. Here, Simon Godek says, disappointing to see this. Thomas Massie is one of the few principled voices in Congress. He refuses AIPAC money, stands for constitutional values, and puts America first without compromise. Trump attacking him is a serious misstep. It's not the first time he's done it, by the way. Team Massie, Team Elon, Team Integrity. I don't know why he's saying Team. All of a sudden, Elon's on Massie's side now. This is crazy how people can just ignore facts right in front of them. But it says, new poll, anybody I endorse beats Thomas Massie of Kentucky by 25 points. Get ready. It's just sad. I mean, think about the president of the United States doing that. It's just sad. And it shows you how petty and small he is. Like what Thomas Massie is calling out are easily verifiable. Even people you pretend you support Trump are also calling out the reality of this, even Elon Musk for that matter. Yet now you're going to try to get him removed. We all know it's not about the bill. We know who's trying to get Thomas Massie removed. Sure as hell, obvious to see that there's many different factors. AIPAC has called him out personally more than once. Now here he is speaking with Theo Vaughn, and it's about the AI point. Now, we already said, and we'll get to in a minute again, that the language has at this moment been removed. And we'll go into that in regard to the moratorium, but still important to understand what it was trying to do, and then we'll get into what is still there, and it still very well may come back. Here's what Thomas Massie was saying about it.
Out of that big, beautiful bill is a provision for artificial intelligence corporations that says no
10 years.
For 10 years, no state or locality can regulate them. And then it talks about zoning and routing, which if some of your listeners may have.
Which, by the way, I don't believe is under the same point of the moratorium. This is important to listen to. We've talked about this in, I'm blanking on the city name now. That place we talked about that point that it was that special quartz dust that was unique to ever in the world for the most part. That's in the United States. It was in that location where the weather, the hurricane hit. And then all of a sudden everyone focused on the lithium point, which is still valid, but it turns out there was this special thing in that whole, right in the epicenter, which was about quartz dust and AI and technology. And all of a sudden, Microsoft and Google and Apple and everyone building their things in the area, which is basically putting the town to death outside of their, outsourcing companies that don't make the town any better. That's happening all around the country. That's what he's about to talk about.
Some of your listeners may have seen this, locally, some big corporation wants to put a data center in your backyard. Well, that's what Congress is trying to do. They're trying to say that these corporations can override local zoning laws, that the local zoning board should take a backseat and let this big information center show up in your backyard that uses all kinds of water and all kinds of power and puts out all kinds of RF and has,
Oh, yeah, your fucking cousin's going to be walking down the street just fucking, just fucking screaming out Amazon orders, It's going to be, what is happening, man?
So that's in the big, beautiful bill. Okay. And you can know that's evil. You can know that's bad. And Trump never campaigned on that. But also in that bill is to enforce our borders. Okay. To finish the wall.
Right.
So if you're a Republican and you vote for that bill, okay, you supported enforcing the border, but you also let AI basically take over your local and state governments. Okay. And then if you vote against it, well, then you're against the AI provision, but oh my gosh, you're for open borders, you know, you're for.
And that's how they do this. Right. And you will see them in law. If it were to come to a point to where that was in, maybe we'll get there very soon. Well, they'll come rushing out and say, you know, you don't support the, you know, you want open borders, when the reality is maybe they agree on the border point. They just don't want to allow a moratorium for AI or the biometric surveillance we're going to get to. But that's how they frame this. And then they get the sycophant followers out there that only hyper focus on the one thing and act like that person's denying that one thing. And they control the flow of that conversation. It's very manipulative. And in the meantime, you've got 16 writers about Israel that no one even talks about.
You don't want to support the military. There was $100 billion in there for the military. Yeah. There was, you want to tax seniors. There was a tax cut for seniors. So you can't win for losing. And so I don't blame a lot of my colleagues. Like they come to Congress, they have the best intentions, and you get there and you're like, oh my gosh, this whole game is rigged. How am I going to play it?
Right.
Am I going to call it out? Will that be the best for my constituents who elected me? Or should I play along? And
compromise.
Most of them choose to play along.
Right. I don't know how you could possibly pretend that makes sense today. Now, look, I'm not going to say somebody who decides to try that should not be then called something other than, I mean, people can have good intentions and be wrong in their intent, right? Wrong in their, like the chosen path, but have good intent rather. But I mean, come on. I mean, are we really, so just asking that question, am I going to be honest about, stop. Yes. Yes. I don't care what the next statement is. We're at a point now where what we should demand is brutal honesty from people who have lied by, like, as a matter of their job. So we're at a point now where people are stepping in to a compromised situation. And this is the nonsense we got told before the selection. Well, it's just so broken and so bad. We have to get him. He's not as good, but they're both bad, but he's a little bit better. If she would bring on to the end of the world and he'll stop it. Well, no, that didn't happen, right? Still clearly going that direction. Either of them would have done that. The problem is that we're using the broken system to like rationalize why the wrong step makes sense now. Adults understand purity test and black pill. Yeah, well, here we are. Exactly what we told you, exactly what we worried about, what we all hoped wouldn't be the case. And yes, we also, the entire time, we're pointing out solutions and alternative paths, despite the screaming of the idiots who pretend otherwise. It's obvious. I mean, it's self-evident at this point. So I don't agree with that. And I think what's very clear, it's a problem of the logic that's spun from, people go through school and they get indoctrinated with these ideas. And that's how they step into it. And that's like the manufacturing consent point, that they might not even be consciously trying to deceive you, but they're allowed in a position. I think the statement goes from Noam Chomsky that they wouldn't be allowed in that position if they didn't already have certain beliefs, right? So they're cultivating it from a long-term thing. So I think that's important to highlight. Now, by the way, I looked this up really quickly. This was the town I'm talking about, Spruce Pine. I'll include this. It'll be at the very bottom of the notes, like the very bottom, the secondary. It'll be under the part underneath on the show on the website link that says late editions. That's everything I add in the show after we've started. And it's a very important conversation to consider. It was in North Carolina during the hurricane, and everyone focused on something that was, also relevant, burn lithium. But if you look at like the epicenter and you want to consider whether it was some kind of organized effort using weather, why wouldn't you consider the thing that was at the center of it and which had $530 billion in value for the global AI revolution? Doesn't that seem like it might be exact? Yeah. And now ask yourself why we're all diverted with things that turned out to not really be, that were not really fleshed out. Very interesting. Now, the point they also made was that there, as he pointed out, there was all sorts of data centers, Google and Facebook and everybody, Palantir, are all opening up in this area. And if you and you read the article, talk to the people that live there. Everything else is closing down. Nobody can get jobs. And they all love to tell you on the idea of more jobs, then they outsource everything or automate everything. That's where this is going. Very much worth your time to check out. Make sure that's in there. Okay. Going forward. Here is Americans for Responsible Innovation, who pointed out late yesterday the moratorium has gotten taken out of the bill in a landslide vote, 99-1. Think about that. It says, thank you to the lawmakers and their advocates and, blah, blah, blah. So the point was, and this is somebody asking Grok what was rejected. And it simply says the Senate rejected the provision in the bill that would have banned states from enforcing AI-specific laws for 10 years. The moratorium, part of the bill part of the House bill passed bill aimed to prevent state regulations on AI models, systems, and automated decisions like those addressing deep fakes or bias. On July 1st, the Senate voted 99-1 to remove that, preserving states' rights to regulate AI. But see, it's funny how the states' rights didn't get brought up, even though it's a central part of that conversation. But it looks, when I was reading into it, it appears they'd floated a 5-year to try to go back and forth, and that was put down as well. And as of right now, today, it seems that is removed. But until it actually becomes law, we don't know what might go back and forth. So thank God, if I want to be honest about that so far. I mean, that was insane. But here, the worry that I tend to have is that was about trying to hide something not as bad, like something that let's put it like this. If you consider how these dynamics work, it could very well be that this is what they wanted. The massive expansion of biometric surveillance. And they realized you wouldn't accept that. So they put something even crazier. Let's pretend we're going to let them do whatever they want with AI for 10 years. Right? So we all go, what the hell? Even Theo Vaughn's like 10 years. Everybody knows that point, right? It's been pushed in front of everybody. And they remove it. I'm like, oh, good, thank God. And then we don't focus on what they always wanted to pass. It's at least worth considering that usually is the way these things go. Now, yesterday, Trump's mega bill expands biometric surveillance from biometricupdate.com. It says, officially styled as a budget reconciliation package, the 940-page bill, which I guarantee you, I bet you almost none of them have read this, does much more than allocate dollars. It would codify a vision of the national security state where biometric surveillance, AI, and immigration enforcement converge at unprecedented scale. Now, this is not the same point of the AI regulation. It says the Senate version now reflects, and again, this was posted yesterday, so there might be variation on what happened over to today. The Senate version now reflects the Trump administration's deepening focus on internal surveillance and deportation infrastructure, which you could frame it like that. It just really means surveillance and infrastructure to be applied however they want. Although a final vote is pending in the Senate and will need to be passed by the House. So we're past the Senate vote. Now it's to the House. What's already in the legislative text that likely will remain intact, and as far as I can tell is deeply consequential for civil liberties, biometric privacy, and immigration governance. At its core, the H.R. 1 dedicates over $175 billion in immigration-related funding for fiscal year 2025 alone. $175 billion. Now, I know they love to scream that that's what everyone voted for. Is that the case? I know a lot of people voted for the immigration point, but is that now what's happening now? They want to pretend everything they do tomorrow is exactly what you called for, even though we're in a level now which is well beyond anything they've ever discussed. So clearly that's just a made up point. And their sycophant followers will always jump up and go, exactly, yes, America first. But out there, the majority of conservatives, is that really what you agree with? Can you imagine what $175 billion could do for the individual families of this country, or people that suffered from North Carolina that still suffer, that never got, they all criticized Biden for not helping them. Did they help them? It's so obvious what we can see here, that is an insane amount of money. That's just one part of it for only immigration. And it says, which is by far the largest such allocation in U.S. history and represents a dramatic technology build out. That's what it actually is for. U.S. history. U.S. Immigration and Customs ICE would receive nearly $30 billion in funding through 2029, earmarked not only for personnel and deportation operations, but also for digital modernization efforts that lean heavily on AI and biometric surveillance. So it's the same point as Palantir searching for illegal immigrants. The only way that makes sense is if they're always monitoring all of you. And you know this already. You know this. So all they're doing is using something you care about to kind of segue, to, piggyback on it and create the thing they always wanted, which is a massive, always, a panopticon of AI biometric surveillance everywhere you go all the time. Is that what you voted for? Sure as hell is not what anybody actually stated out loud. Here we are. It says more than $5.2 billion within ICE's share is dedicated to infrastructure modernization, including, which is, Build Back Better. It's exactly what we're talking about, including $2.5 billion specifically for artificial intelligence systems, biometric data collection platforms, and digital case tracking. Welcome to the Great Reset, guys. DHS officials familiar with the bill's intent say the funds are aimed at expanding ICE's access to mobile biometric tools, integrating facial recognition into field operations, so it applies to anybody they engage with, and to find out whether or not you can be charged. Is that what you want? Is that allowed? I mean, this might as well be, stop and frisk with AI biometric tools. Automating risk scores for individuals in deportation proceedings and accelerating case proceedings through AI-driven platforms. Yeah, that's social credit. Allows agents to perform facial and fingerprint checks in real time. Biometric revisions also extend to Customs and Border Protection, which is slated to receive $6.168 billion for modern surveillance, which modern surveillance, biometric, and screening technologies. The legislative text outlines the deployment, of autonomous surveillance towers. That's interesting. AST. And artificial intelligence for threat detection, language that suggests an operational integration of facial recognition, gait analysis, and predictive behavioral models along the southern border or anywhere else in the country. And that's also not real. Let's also not forget the whole what they call it. Let me grab the link. Actually, it'll be easier to point out. Let's see. I might pop up with this. Yep, look at that. I rarely even look at the ACLU, so I type in ACLU and it pops up. The Constitution in the 100-mile border zone. Now, the way they frame that is to make it sound, it's not even the best. They don't have the image anymore. How funny is that? Watch this. Oh, I think that's the one. Nope, still same thing. I'm trying to look for the picture. There it is. That's the one we'll include. Your rights in the 100-mile border zone. What it's called is I forget what you used to call it. The non-constitutional zone, I think of what they were saying. And the reality, guys, and this is what it is. It's not a secret. There is a 100-mile border around the country, which envelops the entire state of Maine, by the way, where they argue that the Constitution does not apply. It's not a secret. I mean, other than people that don't know, which it's public, but it's not really shown to everybody. That's insane. So it's also a complete violation of the Constitution. There's no way around that. They just don't care. And it's been one slow encroachment. They've recognized that the border has been an easy way to get you to accept this for a very long time. That's wild. So the point is that they're telling you that, well, first is that this is going to happen everywhere. But if you think this is about the border, well, then that applies that entire 100-mile zone, the entire state of Maine. And going back to it, actually, just look at all the other countries or other states, I mean. Every single one of these states. I mean, that's 75% of Washington. There's plenty of it, guys. These things, these locations in some of these entire states are entirely in a zone that will be living in this world, where now you've got autonomous surveillance towers with artificial intelligence, threat detection, gait analysis. They can track how your biometrics, your facial scans, the way you walk. That's gait analysis. Predictive behavior model. So pre-crime along the southern border, which applies to the 100-mile zone. That's the point. The 100-mile zone is for border. It's for the border protection. Now, the autonomous towers are equipped with a variety of sensors to detect activity along the southwest border, enhancing surveillance capabilities and providing real-time information to Border Patrol. Since 2020, 300 ASTs have been deployed. Guess by who? Anduril. Of course it is. Palantir, Anduril. It's the whole same conversation, guys. So now you've got Anduril, which is just another aspect of the Palantir, kind of discussion, already deploying surveillance towers all along this area that are already doing all of this and providing approximately 30% of the coverage of the U.S. southern land border. So Anduril and Palantir, at their overlapping connections to Zionism, who have all their proprietary information that even the government seem not have ability to double check, how much you want to bet this information real time is being relayed to other people they work with? It's not my opinion. You can look, or rather in that case, it's my opinion, but in every other context, this has been the reality, guys. They've been caught for doing so. We literally just found out that Palantir was allowing its thing, I forget the name of the actual program that the agency was using in regard to the nuclear conversation, and that has been relayed to Israel, through that. This is not a secret. You have to understand how these groups are simply a part of this larger kind of globalist technocratic apparatus. Now, the point is that this is already being done. This is an expansion of that. This is a rapid expansion of what most everyone, if you ask them specifically in a broad sense, would declare that they don't want. Right and left. Gain, and I'm talking about not like the border about this, but a broad sense of deploying these things in the country in any context. It says gain broader authority to deploy facial recognition tools at ports of entry, long transportation corridors, which very much then apply to the 100-mile border, but anywhere they argue is a corridor for transportation throughout the country. So this will become your country. Everywhere this will be done to protect you from whatever they claim is the threat that day. While framed as anti-terror, anti-trafficking measures, while they're letting a trafficker stay in the country because he wants to lie, I argue, about Garcia, critics argue the systems normalize mass biometric surveillance with minimal oversight, because that's exactly what it does. In addition to these biometric expansions, the bill's AI-related language introduces a 10-year moratorium, which again has now been at least pulled away for right now. But just to make clear that this is that all that before was not the same thing. Here is we had Anduril overlap, right? Palantir obviously already started with the immigration OS, as the biometricupdate.com reports, fuels Trump's immigration removal agenda. Just trying to show you all of these people, all these moving parts. It's all going in the same direction, no matter the shift of the narrative. You realize all of these things were trying to be done under the guise of fighting COVID-19. Here's the new narrative today. Funny how the people that called COVID-19 out more than anybody can't seem to reflect on that. And of course, the overlapping point of Palantir, as Derek wrote very clearly, and their objective infiltration of this government. Very clear. And the massive, as he says, welcome to the Palantir world order. Now, just to end on this segment, it's worth hearing this. I just saw this today, this insane, sociopathic, borderline psychopathic statement from, I think sociopathic is the best way to put it. What he says right here is sociopathy. Just blithe disregard for, there's a moral level to this. There's a criminal level to this. And you could act like he's just joking. The point is, he doesn't, these kind of people are megalomaniacs. And what he's saying here shows you that there's no moral line for them, that if he perceives you as his enemy, there's no holds barred, guys. And that's what we have to understand. And these are the people that are running Palantir, essentially in some ways running your government. This account says Palantir founder and CEO Alex Karp would love drones to spray fentanyl-laced urine on people that oppose him. So those out there protesting against Israel, he would call out. And he has relentlessly. Here's what he said.
You need a higher purpose, and I also think you often need a lower purpose.
Now, even before he goes on, a lower purpose. So he said he wants you to lean into your basers. He wants you to go out and be mean to people and attack them because you disagree with them. That's what he's talking about. That's a lower purpose, as he very clearly outlines. Aren't we all collectively at least taught growing up that that's not how we're supposed to be? That is falling to your baser nature. That is the lowest common denominator. Well, here's the multi-billionaire who's influencing our government who wants you to believe that we can just go out and do what we want if they make you mad.
And I also think you often need a lower purpose. The higher purpose for me.
What's a lower purpose?
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
I mean, you don't realize how insane that is, first of all. The idea that fentanyl on your skin, you could die. But the joke be what is the idea of urine? And is that just because it's urine? Could you not use something else? It just seems insane. That is an insane thing to say. And clearly it seems to me that's not like it just randomly popped into his head. He's thought about that. That's what it seems to me.
So that's my lower purpose. And yeah.
God.
And others. But the higher purpose for me was to get this nation to be the preeminent power in the world.
Right. Okay. Even that is insane, guys. What are you talking about? You're like, this guy is a statist authoritarian. He wants he wants to, as a company, he wants to fight for the preeminence of one government in the world. That just seems wild to me. That is supposed to be like at least the very, I mean, there's so many points to make about a conflict of interest or the idea that that's supposed to be antithetical to what they've always claimed they're doing. You can have your own opinions, but the idea simply that you're fighting, that shows you that what you're doing with this company is militaristic. It's government interest. You're doing so for the interest of a political outcome. You may be okay with that. That then shows you that they're willing to do, for instance, things like aligning with a genocidal government who they politically agree with and allow them to use their AI to murder children, which is happening.
Because whatever faults we have, they're nothing like anyone else's.
Oh, okay, right, because we're better than you. It's his point. Whatever faults we have, we're not as gross as the Chinese and the Iranians. Like that is what he's saying right there, that we're superior to you. Do you not see where this comes from? I mean, it's so right in your face. This guy is a proud Zionist, and it's obvious where the supremacist mindset comes from, in my opinion. But let's not forget, from an alarming technocratic stance, we just played this for you. Here is Peter Thiel being point blank asked whether the human species should survive. You might not like his response.
For the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
Should
in this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But
even after it was clear that he was kind of on the spot and it was weird that he waited again. There's like like, how are you going to, what is your thought process for debating about whether the species should survive? Well, that speaks volumes about transhumanism, about technocracy, about, the idea of putting yourself in a cloud, like this whole technocratic mindset. Eugenics, quite frankly, when you really break it down as well. It's insane to me that these people might as well be in charge.
I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so
radically solve them. Okay. So that might not mean the same thing it means to you. Solving it, right? Radically, with violence and murder and genocide or, whatever else it is that's radical enough for him to solve the problem the way he thinks it should be solved. Can we vote for him? Guys, we have to be real with ourselves about how alarming all of this is and realize that we can stop this if we truly find the courage to stand up and do something about it. And I don't mean violence. I'll just include this as always, that both of them, Thiel and Karp, right here standing next to the Israeli military, proudly endorsing the genocide in January 12th, 2024. Thiel's Palantir, Israel agree strategic partnership for battle tech. They're using their AI to kill people right now. Oh, did I include that? I'll make sure you got that one too. Okay, good. So talking about the overlap of Israel and the discussion of, there's a lot of points to wrap this around. Netanyahu, Trump, the idea of the lie around whether or not they were going to break, the infiltration of the overlap, and there's a lot of points to this. I think it's obvious to see that this government has been infiltrated. I don't think it's even hard to point that out today. It shouldn't be contentious. We just got to be honest about it and do something about it. But on top of that, there's been people that have been trying forcefully to convince you that somehow that they were about to split. We always knew right before we just saw what happened. Worth pointing out. But as Free Iran Now says, another TLAV told you so. Trump comes to PM rescue to help end trial. The ones that apparently have already broken and are no longer working together, according to people that were right every time. Trump comes to his rescue. Well, he's now out there saying, you cannot go after Netanyahu, right? The U.S. is not going to stand for Netanyahu being charged for the crimes he's committed that everyone knows about. It's not hard to recognize what's happening right there. Here, and on top of the Trump swinging in to save the criminal government, or rather the criminal Netanyahu from within the criminal government, let's not forget that Trump has also continued, as we just said, to fund Israel, despite the claims of the opposite. And yeah, as far as I can tell, the Ukraine war is still going. U.S. approves $510 million sale of bomb. That was today. Well, we also go back a little further. Here's March 1st. U.S. to fast track $3 billion. Actually turned out to be $4 billion. That was March 1st. Here on February 8th, U.S. State Department informs Congress of $7.4 billion arms sales to Israel. You still support all of this, conservatives? You still think this makes sense as they're committing genocide that most of you see? Going back even further, this is to January 4th. U.S. plans $8 billion in arms sales to Israel. Over and over and over. And as David Icke rightly points out, he's owned. Yesterday, Trump threatened to cut U.S. aid to Israel unless Netanyahu's corruption trial was halted. Think about that. So they're going to try to contort this into he's trying to this is his secret way of trying to stop aid. There's all the Q mindset will contort anything they want into making what they want to happen. The reality is that he's trying to continue, like Netanyahu in power, to continue the outcome of their agenda. And now he's threatening, I guess, other parts of the government that want to get him out of the way, probably for their power, to just keep him in power. And as David Icke goes on, remember, all those alternative influencers told you at least twice that Trump and his psychotic mate had fallen out? Hilarious. Really. And this person adds an interesting point to it. And this is like kind of Q perspective, I think. He says, Donald Trump wants Bibi to stop the genocide. Because we know that, right? Because you know what Trump feels and thinks, because that's intelligent. Bibi is pushing for 60-day ceasefire while the people trying to put Bibi in jail doesn't want the killing to stop. So now you're pretending that Netanyahu is there is no part in this that they want to stop going at Gaza, in my opinion. And on top of that, that they're trying to put him in jail because they don't want to stop. So he's the good guy, he's framing it as. Then it says, so it's in Trump's interest to keep Bibi out of jail for peace. Wow. That's some Q logic right there. So the point is that Netanyahu is, I guess, the worst of the maniacs in Israel. So let's keep him out of jail to make sure that he gets a little bit of a pause instead of just continue. It's like, how about we don't let any of the murderers continue the genocide? It's insane the kind of mental gymnastics people will do to make it make sense with no facts, by the way. That's all personal opinion about the intent, but that's what drives their bus sometimes. Well, here was the obvious. I made this point 4 times already, and still to this very moment, tomorrow it could shift. As always, the point is that like I've been saying for a long time, it's obvious to see, and it's not just my opinion, anybody with a brain can see this coming, that Netanyahu is, going in the bad direction. People don't like him. Most people in Israel have called him out for a very long time. If you just look at Israeli media, all of it, Times of Israel, Jerusalem Post, Haaretz, for years they've been covering how he will start wars to keep himself out of jail. It's actually not contentious at all, other than U.S. politicians who are compromised who want to call you a racist for pointing out the facts, like we're talking about today. The point is that I do see a world in which in a near future, they should throw Netanyahu under the bus and then pretend like everything's okay. He was the one. Now we can keep going, right? Like, I see that being a last-ditch effort for Israel and the U.S. to continue the agenda without Netanyahu. So that's why these things happen, because he tries to jump ahead of what we all kind of feel coming, to act like he was the one that saw it all. So he came out on May 9th, Alex Jones, and says, Alex Jones' prediction that President Trump would completely cut ties with Netanyahu comes true. But it didn't, though. And if you think this is the only time this has happened, you are lying to yourself. It happens every 30 seconds, as far as I can tell. I'm being hyperbolic. When he comes out and Jones is right meme turns out to be a complete misrepresentation. This is an important report. Jones exclusively reveals the backstory of what turned him against him and of the things that didn't happen. So I said yesterday, worth reflecting on those partisan influencers more than him, who desperately tried to get you to think Trump was turning on Israel right before their long-sought illegal attacks on Iran, and then use that lie to bolster their position. Worth questioning that. Now, as I said, Trump is saying U.S. is not going to stand for Netanyahu continuing the trial. So now Trump is somehow in control of the Israeli judiciary process? I mean, can we not honestly just step back and acknowledge how belligerent this is? How, what's the right word? There's a word for it in particular. That he's just acting like he's in control. He's the emperor of the planet. Angry people don't just do what he says around the world. Realize there is no world in which the U.S. government can stop the Israeli judicial process from going after anybody, let alone the president of the country. Well, so that's why he's going, well, I'm going to strong arm you. I'm going to stop this or do that if you don't. So you have criminal oligarchs protecting criminal oligarchs. It's not secret. It's very clear. He's not even trying to hide it seems. On the same note, by the way, you've got Francesca Albanese, who has been just hardcore maintaining her principles. From the moment this starts, came out knowing she would get ripped apart by the lying Zionists, trying to turn her into this Zionist, racist, anti-Semite because she called out a genocide. And she has stood her ground. Everybody, I'm sure people could find things to criticize. And for all I know, she's not to be trusted. It's not the point for me. She's correct. And she has been about this topic from day one. And I only say it to be objective. From my perspective, she seems to be very principled. Trump administration is now demanding that the United Nations, which he somehow has control over apparently, fire Palestinian rights envoy over virulent anti-Semitism and support for terrorism. Now, I'm pretty sure she's not a Palestinian rights envoy, but either way, she works for the United Nations. And she is, where was the point? Hold on, I had it highlighted. Trump administration also knows that that Francesca Albanese has claimed to be an international lawyer, but has not passed the legal bar examination and been licensed to practice law. These are all very gross misrepresentations. The bottom line is that she has been aggressively calling this out from day one, and this is what it looks like to get the U.S. government, Israel, trying to weaponize everything they have to remove you from power. It's just one more abuse of power right in front of you. I mean, realize that they're trying to go after her, not because of a crime, not because of anything other than her calling out Israel. She has never once made some statement about how she supports Hamas or supports any other group. She's calling out the crimes. And then they spin that into support for terrorism. So calling out Israel's crimes is some backward way of supporting Hamas. That's what they'll make the argument of. It's obvious what's happening. This is the U.S. government fighting for Israel's agendas at the expense of everybody else, most importantly, Americans. Sarah Abdallah points out on July 1st, in a damning new report, Francesca Albanese accuses 60 companies of enabling apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and the mass murder of Palestinians, all for profit. Quote, Israel's genocide in Gaza continues because it is lucrative for many. Well, funny then how this all of a sudden becomes a focal point on July 1st. Yeah, no connection there. No, because she's relentlessly and successfully getting people to recognize what Israel is and what Zionism is doing. So the elements and, little action figures of Zionism get put into place. And Trump and Netanyahu come marching, and we're going to go after you. That's what's happening. I think it's shockingly obvious. And somebody like her, somebody who has very clearly demonstrated just unparalleled adherence to her principles, despite the pushback, there's nothing sacred. They will try to turn, it's like trying to create something like Roger Waters or, calling them racist. It's just so insane. And yet, despite most everybody with a brain going, that's not true, it still had momentum within the blind following mainstream apparatus, which some people seem to care about. I don't. That's why, they try to call me whatever they want. It doesn't matter to me. And unless you're tapped into the mainstream structure that they can box you out of, doesn't really matter much. But see, there's ways that we get, the lawsuits and censoring off platforms. It happens too. Here is the ambassador to the Israeli Ministry of Defense, or the foreign ministry, saying, Francesca Albanese must be fired immediately. She's breached every possible norm of the UN. No, she hasn't. She is not impartial or neutral. Yes, she is. She's an anti-Semite. No, she's not. She's spreading hate. No, she's not. She's a disgrace for the UN. No, the idea that anybody could. Anyway, you get the point. These people are coming into this and going, get rid of her. She's racist. She's gross. And hopefully doesn't have any sway anymore, but it might within these groups. But if she gets removed from her position, it's just going to show you who's actually driving this show. The Trump and the Israeli government are now waging a war against her because she's calling these stuff out. You can't miss the fact that, the ambassador comes out and says, go after her. And then the U.S. goes after her. Guys, it's not hard to see what's happening. They are being given marching orders. Don't forget, Khalil, for example, they were told to go after him by Qatar USA. You can look at the timing for yourself. They tweeted two of them to Bondi, to Rubio, to Trump, and said, get this man. And then within a week, they arrested him. And clearly it blew up in their face because he didn't commit a crime. He didn't do anything wrong. But they're willing to do that for Israel. Now, Abir points out, another example. Here's Randy Fine, that you shouldn't need to be convinced is completely working for Israel. This is a sitting U.S. congressman. And she says, yes, boss. Anti-Semitism calls out Bod villain. Legal name, Pascal Robbins, whatever. It says, called for the death of the IDF yesterday at Glastonbury, the concert in Glastonbury. The main point to make, we're going to get into that next, is whatever your thoughts on it, it's not debating whether or not he meant Israel or whether or not it's anti-Semitic. It doesn't matter. He has the right to say what he wants. And whether that's a U.S. free speech perspective, I just think from a global perspective, you have no right to tell him what he can think and say. And the point is, you're now creating legal bastardizations of the law to go after a person who simply expresses opinion. I mean, it's insane to me. Can you come out and say death to the police? Yeah, you really can. Can you come out and say death to the British military? Yes. Can you come out and say death to the American? Yes. But you cannot, no matter what, call out the Israeli military in Britain. Guys, it's like cartoonishly obvious right now. And so Stop Anti-Semitism comes out and says, Bob Dylan, he's coming to the U.S. this fall as part of the tour. The anti-Semite must have his visa denied. Congressman Randy Fine says, on it. And guess what? They almost instantaneously revoked his visa, or his U.S. citizenship, which is exactly where we're going with this conversation. His U.S. citizenship. As far as I can tell, with no legal process, no lawyers involved, which we're going to get into, what appears to be one of the most obvious right now, which is somebody who seems to be a criminal. And even that, it seems they tried to circumvent this process, but it doesn't appear to me that there was anything that actually happened here. They just yanked it. Which you have to understand, guys, we'll go through it in a second. There's a very clear legal reality, constitutional reality around any of this, around naturalized or born in this country. Like it's required. And yet you are watching Israeli entities call on U.S. politicians to yank citizenship, and they go, yep, on it. And realize because he said something they disagree with. That's it, guys. If you're a conservative and you are still supporting this, or anybody, if you are left or right, or, a human being in this country, and you're going, yay, get him because I disagree with his ideas, and then later acting like you care about free speech and care about the Constitution, you're either too stupid to see that you're wrong or a complete hypocrite. Call these people out. Here is what, what's his name? Oh, Leo Terrell, head of the DOJ Anti-Semitism Task Force. Yeah. Going after words and speech and ideas, just like the left, no different. We're going to eliminate anti-Semitic conduct. We've got marching orders from Trump, Bondi, and the rest, he says. Eliminate anti-Semitic conduct. So they're literally there's no way to turn this into, national security, or if they do it with, lying in their visa when they do. No, this is anybody, even U.S. citizens, maybe with the exception of those naturally born in this country, but the point is, in principle, it's the same thing. So it's one small deviation away from it being that. We'll go into that. I'll explain that if you don't know what I mean in a second. And now simply saying that you cannot act or say what we argue is anti-Semitic. Despite constitutional realities, despite the laws in this country, this is the destruction of everything we believe in. I don't know why you can't call it out. Let's listen to this clip.
Manager is effing Zionist. This is a person who is calling for basically the destruction of Israel and Jewish Americans.
Okay. First point, calling to, F Zionists. You cannot, and maybe he meets somewhere in his brain feels this way, but you can't keep pretending that saying Zionist means Jews. It does not. Orthodox Jews in the country, in the world, in Israel will tell you that. Regardless of that very clear and important nuance of the conversation, if somebody says F Zionists, listen to what he says again.
This is a person who is calling for basically the destruction of Israel and Jewish Americans.
So by saying F Zionist, you're calling for the destruction of a country, and you're calling for the destruction of Jewish America? Now, explain to me how Jewish America is in any way connected to the state of Israel or the idea that that is Zionism. See, that is the lie that they've spun about, that you can go by saying this political ideology is doing bad things somehow means you want to destroy all of Jews in America. Think about how insane that is, or the destruction of anything for that matter, but the country of Israel. Certainly there could be in there, but you're just like in a very aggressive way, broadening out a very clear statement to just make into whatever you want. You know why? Because they had legally had to create the idea that this was a national security issue. And do you realize how flimsy that is? This is the same thing with Garcia, with Khalil, and it's failing. And yet here we are doubling down in a moment when a lot of Americans are going, is this because of Israel? Yes, it is.
The Trump administration is not going to allow anti-Semitism to exist in this country. And
okay. New sentence. Yeah. So just not allowed. You're not allowed to say or think these things. Where are you guys? Where are you out there who care about the Constitution? It doesn't matter what the content is. It doesn't matter whether you think it's racist or not. You're allowed to say and think what you want. And now they're telling you that's not true anymore. If it goes after Israel, we've been making this point for years. I'm just hoping maybe the right person will catch it today. You know, maybe this will spin into one of the shows that actually gets allowed to reach people. Maybe. That's all we really want on this show. Things to change. Positive outcomes.
As head of the Department of Justice task force, I can guarantee you, Martha, and the American people, we're going to eliminate anti-Semitic conduct. We got marching orders from Pam Bondi, Harmeet Dillon, and President Trump.
That's clear. They're ordering them to violate the Constitution. You know, one of many ways right now, but that's one that's very obvious.
And that's why I'm here today. I'm telling you that anti-Semitism is not going to happen. And people who want to come in this country on a visa will not be allowed to enter this country if they have anti-Semitic mindset with the intention to incite violence.
How Orwellian is that? And by the way, let's not pretend like they don't, without question, mean Palestinian flags, a kippah, supporting Palestine, or Hezbollah, or, you know, Hamas, the group that Israel funds. You know, that's a kind of a conflicting thing, isn't it? Realize, I'm just kind of being facetious with those last points. The simple idea is that you cannot support a Palestinian flag. As the ADL says, nope, that's racist. So now you have a country telling you you're not allowed to support this flag, but you can wave that flag, right? If you support this flag, we're going to not allow you in the country, or we will retroactively remove you if you ever support that flag, because we're going to say you lied to us on the application. Even if you just developed that belief the last weeks you were here because you saw the right video. Nope, you lied to us like Rubio will always pretend. It is beyond the pale, guys. I really am like just flabbergasted why we're not seeing a massive like watershed moment from the Republican side. Again, maybe we are, and it's just we just live in a world where we don't even ever see these things anymore because everything's controlled. I don't know. This just seems over the top. Dang it.
And people who want to come in this country on a visa will not be allowed to enter this country if they have anti-Semitic mindset with the intention to incite violence. I want to thank the Secretary of State Department for moving so fast on this, because we were on this over the weekend, Martha, and we sent that letter immediately to the Secretary of State's office this morning at 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Mike Tyson Jr. Listen to the way he's talking. Look at he's got the yellow pin on. Like, are we not aware that we're like 2 years? Like, you realize how far we are from that event? How much genocide and occupation and destructions happened and all over the world? How, I mean, just it doesn't stop a pager attack or the bombings, occupation of Syria and Lebanon and Gaza. But yeah, but we're the pin for the day when the IDF killed a lot of people, right? The reality of what actually happened on that. It's insane to me. Now, that's not to say that there weren't people killed by Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad or others. But you have to be honest with yourself about what actually happened that day, that even Israelis are calling out. But nope, he'll support that pin because that's the political agenda that gives him power. That's where we are right now. And of course, I have to include this like I always do, because you need to realize this was what's the word I'm looking for? It was forecasted to you. It was displayed. This is what's coming. Over and over and over, as he literally did his campaign with Israeli flags behind him. You know, like I tried to show this to people. This was not just one event, guys. It was constantly done this way with the Trump Vance banner in front of him. He constantly had Israeli flags, but these are different events, guys. Some of them were Israeli, like IPAC, some of them weren't. And they were literally constantly showing you the Israeli dynamic the entire time. Every one of these clips show you what he's telling you, that he will sacrifice your interest for Israel over and over and over. And this one, he says that they use to control Congress, and rightly so. I mean, how do we ignore all this stuff? Like, truly, how do we look beyond how simple this is? Just to make the point from today, how point blank says, again, whatever the hater is, whatever the first word is, to say you're going to remove somebody that hates something is textbook unconstitutional. But he told you. He promised he would.
We will remove the jihadist sympathizers and Jew haters. We're going to remove the Jew haters who do nothing to help our country. They only want to destroy our country.
Okay. Now, again, let's remember that they call them Jew haters when they, maybe just like Palestine, call for the end of the genocide. You hate Jews. Everyone's seen it. Now, maybe, yeah, always, maybe possible, but that's not what the statement says. And so here he is going, we're going to remove that, which means we're going to remove people that say things about Palestine. How you can make that into something that's constitutional, I do not know. It's mental gymnastics at its worst. And then on and on and on, and plenty more clips. Oh, and then by the way, here's a couple down here where he talks about shutting down the internet with Bill Gates and says you're stupid for thinking that's unconstitutional. Or this one about putting you in jail for burning the flag, despite the enshrined obvious constitutional reality of doing that in any case with any flag. And here he is saying you're stupid for thinking that's against your rights. I mean, it just never stops. And there was another one too that recently happened. That so many of them, guys. But let's talk about Bob Dylan or Villain, who I wasn't even familiar with before this. To me, it's not about supporting this person. It's about highlighting that whoever it happens to, it's unconstitutional, or rather in the sense if it's in you, it's simply acting from an American perspective of the violation of your rights. And I'm only saying it like that because I'm not super versed on the I know they're very similar in some ways about the rights in the UK versus here, but the point is about doing this for Israel at the expense of anybody. And I realize this is an American citizen. Or at least he had American citizenship, was the same point, right? This is what I was briefly saying earlier. Once you have that citizenship, that's supposed to be a barrier. Like there's not supposed to be, outside of specific crimes and different things we'll get into in a second, it's not supposed to be something you can just re-adjudicate. You go through and say, well, we're going to look through that again. Look what you did way back here. We're going to yank that. That's what they're doing right now. And this happened because of this concert. And of course, this, and I call him a fake human rights lawyer, the guy in Israel, same thing, this fake judge who's supposed to pretend to care about, I'm thinking of the wrong person, actually. This is Bridget Gabriel. Oh, she's the one from Fox News. Yeah, not surprising. Fox or CNN. It's all the same stupid nonsense. But she says, great news, as this guy is removed. Well, I go on. It says, British punk rock duo Bob Villain had their visas revoked by the United States after leading death to IDF chant. Now, I'm pretty sure he had U.S. citizenship. One of their festivals. We do not need this anti-Semitic garbage. Either way, the point is, you're simply attacking somebody because of his words and statements and sentiments. And this is a person who's cheering that on. The idea that you're taking that away from a person who is in this country, whether illegal immigrant or anything, right? It's Constitution matters. And they know that and don't care. Or worse, they don't and don't understand it. Terrifying. But you have to understand how textbook this is. And they're using this because he got a lot of momentum. Now, this is Brendan Circus only pointing out the woke right got Bob Villain fired for saying death to the IDF. Kid Rock went on Joe Rogan and expressed unapologetically genocidal rhetoric. We remember killing everybody in Gaza. I mean, that didn't matter to anybody, did it? His record label didn't drop him, nor should they have. Talk about leaning into the stereotype. Good point.
Well, let's return to that breaking news that Sky News understands the rap duo Bob Villain has been dropped by the United Talent Agency. It comes after the BBC expressed regret at not pulling the live stream of the rap duo's performance during the Glastonbury Festival.
Think about that. We're expressing regret that you didn't censor it in real time because he said something you disagreed with? God damn it. This is so obviously counter to what we believe in.
The corporation said anti-Semitic sentiments expressed by the group were utterly unacceptable.
Isn't that interesting? I just don't know how anybody could argue that's not shockingly unconstitutional, right? Daniel McAdams. Oh, sorry. Here you go. Daniel McAdams. Oh, let me play the clip first. RT, this is them saying, why ban Bob Villain from the U.S. over speech? Because death to IDF is a national security threat. See? Is it? How can you possibly work it into saying death to a foreign military is somehow a national security risk? Well, maybe that's because their national security is about a different nation. It's not hard to see where this goes.
Glastonbury, just getting to the decision to revoke the visas. Members of this administration, particularly the vice president, have been very vocal about free expression, saying that even if things are hateful, particularly the vice president took to task Germany and to a certain extent the UK, saying that there are laws that prohibit hateful content and insults, that those are inappropriate. What's the difference here? I mean, I'm not justifying, I'm not supporting the Bob Villain as a ban, but why is it that this speech is out of line while you have there's at the same time a push to not to outlaw free expression elsewhere when it comes to insults?
Sorry, before she answers, I want to point out, I actually mixed up we're going to get to another story in a second. I've got like 3 or 4 lined up about the U.S. citizenship point. So Bob Villan has a visa, not a citizenship. The point, I'll get to it again, why the principle is the same. But the point is that there was another one we're going to get to where there has been a U.S. citizen where that's been revoked. Right. And there's a whole section we're going to get to. That's why I got mixed up in my head. I've used this as a starting point, but we're going to get into the naturalization point and the memo the DOJ just put out about focusing on revoking U.S. citizenship. And that's why I started with that clip. But just to clarify, that was my mistake. I'm just mixing it up. There's 1,000 things we're talking about today. But when we get done with this, I'm going to go into the point about visas, right? It's the same as the illegal immigrant point, guys. The rights and the constitutional rights are the same. And all they're simply saying is that because they had a visa, they can revoke this because he said the wrong things. In principle, it's no different, guys. Just like I said before.
Why is it that this speech is out of line while you have there's at the same time a push to not to outlaw free expression elsewhere when it comes to insults?
Right. I think that, again, this is not about the nature of a concert, I suppose, but it really is about our standards, about who we let in the country. That we're not telling people what they can sing about or what they can say. It's not involved here at all. They obviously felt free to say what they were saying and chanting at Glastonbury, and they can do that. And we can do what we do. So
see, that's such a lazy, and you know what that comes back to? That's like the same thing we saw before. It's like, well, we can do that, and then we have a right to call you out. Well, it's not the same point as the government, right? As the government who's bound by, rather the Constitution binds everybody, but the reality is that those are inherent God-given rights that they are not supposed to challenge. So by you saying, we're just doing what we want to do, well, yeah, what you're doing is unconstitutional. It's just, this is why I get so frustrated that none of these clowns in this room can piece together that response or don't want to. It's so stupid to argue that we're just doing what we want to. Well, yes, you revoking this because of what he said is taking action because of what he stated, which then makes it unconstitutional because you're not allowed to revoke somebody's visa based on speech, first of all, but secondarily, that if you are going to allege that they're a security threat, well, guess what? Now we're back to the same point. Due process. You're supposed to convict you. The charge is presented and the merits of that's supposed to be weighed. You know, this is what scares me more than anything, that maybe they don't even know that. Like Noam not knowing what habeas corpus is. I think that's where we might be at the or they're lying to you, you know, but I find the former much more alarming.
It really is about the issue of national security, about issues of violence, the increase certainly of anti-Semitism, but of terrorism.
Oh, right. Okay. So violence, you said something out loud. Well, so anti-Semitism, you rapidly pushed in the middle of those things. Violence, anti-Semitism, terrorism. Yeah. So neither of those first to last things actually apply, but it's just about the words he said. So the way that she tried to smash that in there shows you that they know what they're doing, guys. Listen again.
And we can do what we do. So it really is about the issue of national security, about issues of violence, the increase certainly of anti-Semitism, but of terrorism in general. That dynamic, the crime in the United States, what happened with the open border.
See, now this is what they do. Terrorism and the boogeyman and pedophilia and trafficking and people getting their, you know, just these broads. How does that apply to him saying this in a stage? What does the border have to do with him saying, hey, I kill the death to the IDF? What they're doing is trying to wrap your mind into these larger topics that somehow he's responsible for illegal immigrants killing your family. It's insane. And it just continues to show you that they have no standing.
The transnational gangs that are here, this
every time
kind of wanton dynamic that has ruined American lives, that has created cities that are unlivable.
Okay, so we're still talking about Bob Villan, by the way, who said something on stage.
And every American deserves better. They deserve to know they have leadership, as we do now.
Okay.
And that's why they voted for Donald Trump.
Here we are again.
Simple, basic law and order, respect.
Except you're violating that, though. But who cares about the facts? You know,
for your neighbor, and if you're coming to this country, respect for the people who are here.
No, that's not required. You're not required to feel or think anything, you complete moron, or you complete unconstitutional liar. That's not how that works. This game they're playing where they're trying, you have to respect what what Trump said, or you can't have a meme about Vance on your phone because we're going to. Everything about that is just grotesque. It is the opposite of what we pretend we are. But the sad part is there are a bunch of screaming children out there that love it, who are being framed as what we all want. So as Daniel McAdams says, because death to the IDF is a national security threat, the State Department's Tammy Bruce says. This is the same U.S. State Department spokeswoman who recently said the U.S. is the greatest country in the world next to Israel. Very clearly said that more than once. Houston, we've got a problem. Pretty easy to see, guys. Now here, Laura Loomer pointing out the point about the kifa. And I'm just trying to highlight how clear this is, that this is a person who wants to profess to be a constitutionalist, who cares about free speech and rights, and then turns around and says that guy at the airport is not allowed to wear a kifa, not allowed to wear a scarf. Now realize that I have a scarf that is just a black and white checkered scarf that I bought that has nothing to do with it but people, it's a kifa. And I also have a kifa, by the way, that I would happily wear out. What's funny to me is that ignorant people like this will make anything they want out of anything. And the bottom line is, regardless of whether it's a kifa or not, for you to argue that he's not allowed to be in this country, in fact, that he's a national security threat because he wears a scarf, I don't even know how to articulate how stupid that is. These people are a problem, but yet I would defend their right to be that problem every day of my life. 3 million views and 40,000 likes, she says. Americans don't want more Palestinian activity in America. We don't want airline workers wearing these rags. Isn't it funny? We just went over this. So now Laura Loomer can speak for the nation. Oh, excuse me. That's funny. I'm thinking of the morning. We were on AM Wake Up. We talked about this. AM Wake Up, he played a clip from Patrice O'Neill and this woman on an old Fox News show. And the point was she was trying to say, people are tired of racist jokes or whatever it's about. And he's like, you speak for the nation now? You realize how ridiculous that is for her to pretend that she somehow represents the view of our country? It's just, people don't want more Palestine. What are you talking about? The vast majority of this country, in any poll you look at, are calling out Israel's genocide. And also you, it seems now, repeatedly. But she says Southwest Airlines should be investigated. I don't know how people I gotta stop saying that. I do. I know exactly how morons like this get put in these positions. To say that now you should what context are you claiming Southwest Airlines should be investigated because the guy was allowed to wear a piece of clothes? That's irresponsible. And it's really just to try to get some kind of lash out momentum going, to get people screaming and outrage. This is like outrage machine kind of stuff. It's a national security threat. Now, why do you think she's saying that? Because that's the talking point. That if we pretend that it's not just speech, it's a national security threat, we can kind of sidestep the constitutionality of it all. And she posted on the 30th. So, and this is a picture of this guy that somebody sent me. That I'm sure she did her due diligence, right? I'm sure she made sure it wasn't AI or something else, right? Sort of like when she ate dog food for being paid $100 and was lied to about what it was, turned out to be Purina. We covered that when it first happened. All of a sudden, it's made its rounds again. It was proven, guys. I've been over this myself. She got tricked into eating dog food, Purina, from a vacuum sealed bag somebody sent her, claiming it was some specialized food that was human grade, and it wasn't. And it was $100 that they paid her to not. And you have to understand, if somebody's not doing their due diligence for $100 to randomly eat something somebody sent to you, they don't do anything. It's the same point with Alex. Guys, they don't do it. So my point is that she got a picture that she was like, oh, that's going to get people outraged. That's going to get momentum going. So I'm going to scream about this and say, let's investigate anybody ever there. Look at the guy who knows him, his neighbor. Investigate him too. Take his children away. That's the kind of insane stuff we're seeing people like this. She did it with Khalil and the rest, trying to get their children taken away from her because of their lies. They just want to show you that this is supposed to be a constitutionalist. That's what she pretends to be. And on top of that, 3 million views and 40,000 likes. I don't think she's not very bright. 4 million views with 40,000 likes is not a good ratio. And it shows that with how much influence and reach you have, that the vast majority of the people that saw this were not liking it. But she doesn't care. Facts don't matter to these kind of people. Open source intel just simply said, Bob Villan holds a concert calling the death of the IDF. Now realize we'll get it. The point, again, my point was not about the context or whether or not we're defending him, or the point is that he can say whatever he wants. He can come out and say, if you can come out and say death to the British military, death to the American government, which seems to be no problem in the world, but you can't say the IDF, it just shows you the real issue. But the point was, if you look at it, clearly it was talking about the context of the ongoing genocide and what they're doing. I mean, is anybody going to balk at death to Nazis? So if that's not to say that you think they're the same thing. Maybe you don't. My point is to make an obviously logical point that everyone knows what happened in regard to the ethnic cleansing of the Nazi party. So what's the difference here? Everyone also knows what the IDF is currently doing in Gaza. So How is it that much different? But again, it's not about defending the content. He has a right to say what he wants. But they go on to say Bob Villan's talent agency dropped him, which they did. Very rapidly, by the way. Bob Villan's U.S. visa revoked. Bob Villan 26 show tour canceled. So who's crying now? Because he posted this saying, while Zionists are crying on socials, I've had late night vegan ice cream. So this supposedly source intel platform is like, who's lying, crying now, Bob Villan? So not somebody you should listen to objectively, right? Because they're emotional, like it's funny people that try to present themselves as like, intel and, data. That's an emotional argument. And that you're cheering on the fact of this massive violation of his rights because he said something you disagree with. You can't, people like that are going to just mislead you when it matters to them because they have a clear emotional agenda. That, guys, is insane. And also, think about how rapidly this took place. So, to be clear, the Zionist effort is to try to make people believe that Jews run the world, even though it's Zionism through all sorts of things. But here's how they make that work, right? Because right now you got Zionism upset with this. And in a matter of moments, you get a worldwide response. You get him canceled in Britain, you get him removed from his agency, and in the US, they revoke his visa, they cancel his entire trip. How does that not prove that Zionism is completely able to dictate what they want in the world? But see, the problem is they then get that people that don't know the information you fall into the trap. You take that as proof that Jews are doing that, and they're not in entirety. Yes, there are Zionist Jews involved, there's Zionist Christians involved. You could disagree with me, but please do your due diligence because I think it's very obvious. But think about what that shows you. Zionism is able to snap its fingers and boom, worldwide response. Not like we don't all know that already. Now, what's interesting, just to make another point that I do think is very positive, and how long have we been talking about this? They have lost control. They being the power structures. They can't control the narratives anymore, and we all see that. That's why a lot of this is happening, and this proves that, in my opinion. It says this is why they tried to ban TikTok. Now, you can decide if that's the case or not. They've lost control. The BBC censored Kneecap's performance, different group, but it says the performance at Glastonbury, the same concert location, but a lady named Helen streamed the whole thing to 1.7 million people from her phone. So they tried to ban it, shut it down, and 1.7 million people tuned in through her phone live stream of the event. It says last year, BBC's broadcast of headliner Dua Lipa averaged only 1.4 million. They have lost control. Mainstream legacy media can't control the narrative anymore. We are the media now, he writes. Dangerous thing to say, for the people out there that are also juvenile about their coverage, don't check their facts. But the point is, as it always has been, you are a journalist if you want to be. This kind of controlled access journalism has been a way to control the narrative for a very long time. The Supreme Court has ruled many times over. You don't need to have a license or credentials to be a journalist. But it says, we have all the TV broadcast studios in our pockets. I agree with that. Use it, he says. Spread the truth. Now, this is what's interesting. Somebody tried to push back and says, streamed the whole thing to 1.7. This isn't a fact, however. And I did look at, there's lots of articles about it, and that proves it either. But the point is that generally accepted reality is this person had a streaming that says, one says 2 million. This one says reached about 1.7 million. And the point is, it's all the same conversation. This woman decided to stream her phone from the concert and got, at the very least, more than BBC did with their last major, mainstream push. And he says, all these news outlets would beg to differ. It's not possible to verify after streams end, but the screenshots with people watching it with 1.5 million tuned in part way are public and readily available. And he posts down there below for the podcast. So, excuse me. So the point is that it's obvious to me that they're not they really want to channel this in directions to make you think that's what everybody thinks, but they don't. That's why these, mainstream alternative media people are, they're trying to make it like a loomer. Look at how big they are. They're following and they're reaching everybody. And behind the scenes, it seems like everybody knows it. Even like Tucker and everybody else are kind of, she's a special case of insanity, but I can see as well as anybody can that chooses to look that this has shifted dramatically and people are very much seeing through it. And they are in a desperate, I think a truly desperate effort to try to make you think otherwise. And that's failing too. At least consider it. I think the evidence is very clear. Now, speaking of the sycophants that want to maintain the illusion, I think this is a huge part of it. This is such a this joke that I made about this is it's exactly what I'm talking about. And this is the kind of person that is like lockstep, maintain whatever we're told to do. So Nick's order came out. This was yesterday, and says breaking, like everything else they post, even though it's already been discussed. The Trump DOJ has begun prioritizing stripping naturalized citizens of their U.S. citizenship when they're charged with crimes per a recent memo. Except crimes are one part of it, but misrepresenting in direction of what they want you to think is what their job is. But he goes, yes, Democrats have handed out citizenship to way too many people. That's the way you counterbalance it. Democrats did it, so even though it's wrong, we should cheer it on. And it says, strip citizenship and deport. Well, here we are. Now you've got the Nick Sorters of the world calling for U.S. citizens to lose their citizenship, because that's what it is. U.S. citizens, whether or not they were naturalized, U.S. citizens. Didn't we all tell you this was coming? Didn't we all warn that they've been constantly telling you they're going to be next? We have yet another clip of Trump doing that today. U.S. citizens will be next. I mean, guys, it is a nuanced semantic point, really, when it comes down to it, about becoming anybody who's a U.S. citizen. Because in principle, like it is with visas or illegal aliens, it's the same thing. So here he is literally cheering on a shockingly unconstitutional thing. We'll go over it all tooth and nail. This guy doesn't care about that. And as I said, in it basically like framing it as a back and forth, Trump says, today I'm announcing something, and it will be better than anything ever created ever. Nick Sorter says, hooray for something. Something is exactly what we voted for. Something is America first. If you don't blindly cheer for something, you hate America. Trump the next day, something was never a good idea, as I've always said. Nick Sorter, 30 seconds later, only Democrats support something, and Trump fighting something is exactly what we voted for. Rinse and repeat. I mean, do we not all see how dumb and obvious that is? And every one of these certain people, it doesn't matter. They will jump in and be like, the thing is the thing. And we always knew, and he always said, and we voted for it every single time. Let's be clear again, and we're going to go through it right now. To remove citizenship from a U.S. citizen for what they're telling you it's for in the memo they released, which is in one case criticizing Israel, is textbook unconstitutional. And it is a very small move away from you as well. So here is Trump, I believe this was today, if not yesterday, calling for deporting U.S. citizens. This shouldn't be shocking. I mean, how long we were here? Here it is on April 14th. Trump admin suggests sending Americans to foreign prisons for the fourth time. There was a fifth time after that. Kelly, Leavitt said one. Bondi, I believe, said one as well. I talked about this on March 22nd. Trump could send Americans to El Salvador. And then again on April 3rd, Americans speaking out about Israel's genocide could be next. In principle, it's the same. Here we are. We're trying to warn everybody, but you get the typical people that don't care about the outcome and just care about their immediate benefit will scream over you and get raised up because they're promoting the right narratives. Here's what Trump said again. This makes the sixth time that Trump has casually floated the idea of removing American citizens from the United States for any reason. Should be alarming to you.
A little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it.
All the same narrative. Maybe was. Well, if it's maybe, then why do you keep repeating it without knowing it for sure? Because it's what keeps the conversation going. I made a point about the auto pen. Nobody can ever really prove, like they never intended to, because I don't think it ever existed. They had any proof that Biden let somebody else do it. It wouldn't surprise me. The guy was senile, but they've never had that evidence. All they have evidence of is that it was used. So did Trump use it, and it's actually been protected. They ruled more than once that it is allowable. So what are we talking about? It's all about trying to suggest to you without evidence, because that should clearly is what guides their mindset, that Biden, somebody else was doing it for him, and it's all been some surreptitious, well, maybe Israel then. But no, we don't go that direction. It's ridiculous. But here's where he gets into the overlap of Americans.
It happened, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. People that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them. People that...
Same narrative, same talking points.
Knife you when you're walking down the street.
All those are crimes they could already be held accountable for. That has nothing to do with, he's giving you bad examples to somehow rationalize why people who might say bad things about Israel are the same thing.
They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here, too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York, and they're not accidents.
Did you miss the most important part?
But knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. Old to our country. Many of them were born in our country.
Oh, you mean born in this country, American citizens? Okay. So let's not keep pretending like he only means people that came here and got citizenship. He just explicitly stated people who were born here who did bad things. I don't know how much more clear this can get, guys. It's obvious what he's doing.
I think we ought to get them the hell out of here, too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York, and they're not accidents.
My God. Well, let's play this again. We started with it. Here's what Judge Napolitano has to say. And guys, this is, realize, in principle, which he clearly demonstrates, this is about anybody who is a U.S. citizen. Doesn't matter how that came about, a U.S. citizen. And that's his point in this. And realize that, just again, to be clear, he just made it both. He made it clear that it's about anybody, even those that were born here, that he has I'm honestly floored about this sometimes, how this is actually happening.
In some respects, it's just as bad now, the authoritarianism that is coming, Gerald. I am really, really fearful for the President of the United States of America to suggest, as he did on Air Force One on Sunday night, that American citizens could be deported. Yep. For his press secretary to say, we're looking into a way to see if this is legal. We don't know if it's legal or not. A, is terrifying. B, betrays such a profound ignorance of first principles to which he is sworn. He is sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to enforce federal law.
You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if...
So the point is the same thing was discussed right here. Both, the guy rapidly says it, but he mentions both. People born here and people naturalized. Says the same thing.
If they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, yeah, that includes them. What, do you think there's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones, too.
Profoundly un-American, utterly unconstitutional, and I'm sorry to say, is coming.
So, again, he said it many times, and I will include these for you in discussions of where that's coming to. So let's get to the actual memo. This was put out. This is just James Lee highlighting it. We already talked about the general point, saying you can be denaturalized, which applies to those who came here and got citizenship. It's the same principle for criticizing Israel, being critical of the war with Iran, or sharing information the Trump administration deems to be against U.S. national security interests. Pretty clear. Let's just go through it. All of this is a massively unconstitutional step. Mahdi Hassan simply says, told you so. And this is we're going to read the NPR article here. DOJ announces plan to prioritize stripping Americans of citizenship. As it says, the Justice Department is aggressively prioritizing efforts to strip some Americans of their U.S. citizenship. Department leadership is directing its attorneys to prioritize denaturalization in cases involving naturalized citizens who commit certain crimes. Now, we're going to go over what that is with the actual information. Here's the actual memo, by the way, if you want to actually read through it yourself. Denaturalization is a tactic that was heavily used during the McCarthy era. You know, what we all recognize like a stain in our history of like the Red Scare, of the late 1940s, and which everyone was accused of communism. And, it's the whole thing, Russia and like this whole, basically political enemies used it to go after their enemies, which is exactly what we see today. And the early 1950s, and one that was expanded during the Obama administration and grew further during President Trump's first term. It's meant to strip citizenship from those who may have lied about their criminal convictions, right? So somebody who comes in, and that's how they're trying to conflate this about somehow, you later supporting Palestinians means you lied on your visa application. That's why they're doing that. Being able to support Palestine is not the same thing. What they're saying is, let you have a murder charge from a foreign country, and you come in and lie about that. Well, that would that any time later would be able to be used against you to say, well, you lied about it. You're a murderer. That revokes that. And it says, or membership in illegal groups like Nazi Party, which is funny because that becomes the other way they're trying to make it into, even pretending people have connections to groups that they therefore clear are the terrorists. Meanwhile, you're allowed to be a Saudi Arabian, mercenary, or you could be an Israeli IDF member murdering children, but those things don't account. Or it says communist during McCarthyism on their censorship application. That included with the same point being, during that era, if you were a communist, that would be allowed to be revoked. Well, that's what they've studied this, and they're building into the same momentum right now. That's what I believe. Trying to build this into, well, they're secretly anti-Semitic, which is national security risk. That's what they're doing. Same point then, guys. It's no different. It was also unconstitutional. Now it says Assistant Attorney General Brett A. Shumate wrote in the memo that pursuing denaturalization will be among the agency's top 5 enforcement priorities for the civil division. Now we're going to get into the civil versus criminal, which is important in this. All civil division employees. It says, but immigration law experts expressed serious concerns about the effort's constitutionality. The DOJ memo says that the federal government will pursue denaturalization cases via civil litigation. An especially concerning move, said Cassandra Robertson, a law professor. Now, you understand, it's, as far as I can tell, it has, at least for the long time, last few administrations, been applied as a civil investigation as opposed to a criminal. And that changes dramatically the burden of proof. It changes whether you get a lawyer afforded to you. These things greatly matter, and I'll show you why in a second. And I think this is why it's being applied this way. In civil proceedings, an individual subject to denaturalization, or in any really, is not entitled to an attorney. There is also a lower burden of proof for the government to reach. In criminal, it's beyond a shadow of a doubt, where it's not the same for civil. And it is far easier and faster to reach a conclusion in these cases, which is why they're doing that. Robertson says that stripping Americans of citizenship through civil litigation violates due process and infringes on the rights guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. And we'll look at that in a second. Hans von Spakovsky with the Conservative Heritage Foundation supports the DOJ's denaturalization efforts. Quote, I do not understand how anyone could possibly be opposed to the Justice Department taking such action to protect the nation from obvious predators, criminals, and terrorists. Well, if you pretend that's all that's happening, yeah, sure sounds like that makes sense, except it's not, though. In the vast majority of cases, you can quite literally prove that's why Trump goes the rapist and hit the grandmas and then goes after the guy who just said bad things about Israel. They're trying to play you. It says, as for the due process concerns, von Paskovsky said, nothing prevents that alien from hiring their own lawyer to represent them. Right. And spending what, $100,000 they don't have? This is the whole, debitors court. We're in a position where poor people, that's the saying. Poor people go to jail, rich people get lawyers. They are not entitled to have their government, and thus the American taxpayer, pay for their lawyer. Why not? That's the right of anybody else in these situations, but you're creating a circumstance where, it's not just, it's all civil, but the point is I think, putting something that shouldn't be in a position where people who, are clearly, let's put somebody who is struggling, or from running from foreign crime, the people that are refugees, for example, any other dynamics, don't have the money and resources to do that. I think that's why that's happening. And so the argument, and realize this applies to people that also might be U.S. citizens, is the point. That's the denaturalization. So you're a U.S. citizen, and yet you're not being allowed to defend yourself properly because they claim what they're trying to create, as they talk about here, is like a second-tier process to where you're a U.S. citizen, but not really, though, because you're from a foreign country. That's what they're doing. It says that is not due process. Or that is not a due process violation, he claims, since all immigration proceedings are civil matters and no individuals, including American citizens, are entitled to government-furnished lawyers in any civil matter. But that's the point. And it's arguably was not always, the history does seem to show that there's an overlap with that, but there's arguments made that this was a major shift in the past Trump administration. According to this new memo, it says the DOJ is expanding its criteria of which crimes put individuals at risk of losing their citizenship. We know how that's being applied. That includes national security violations, and there you go. That's all they need to say. That means whatever they want it to mean. So if having a Palestinian flag makes you a national security threat, or a kifa, for example, then that's enough for them to deport you if you're a U.S. citizen. The construct's already there. And we all know this is where it's going, guys. I don't think people are trying to act like it's not are the ones that are secretly cheering for that to happen. That's my opinion. It says that includes national security violations and committing acts of fraud against individuals or against the government, like Paycheck Protection Program loan fraud or Medicaid or Medicare fraud, or, many other things like the many different Saudi Arabian manipulations, or, there's a bunch of points you could make about things we've proven over the years that don't get included in that. My point is that there are different, or how about, actually, I'll hold that off in a second. There's a point I'm going to make directly from the actual citations that overlap with being in a foreign military. Like a Brian Mast kind of character. So I'll point out a very clear choice to not apply it where it obviously should, while trying to apply it to people where it doesn't seem like it actually fits. Quote, to see that this administration is plotting out how they're going to expand its use in ways that we have not seen before is very shocking and very concerning. I mean, how do we not agree with that? The idea that the only way that that's not concerning is if you just convince yourself that they're doing it for the right reasons because you believe in them. Well, maybe. But an intelligent person through history of the world and our government would go, well, one, maybe I'm wrong about what they're trying to do or their intentions. And two, that power will be there when the next administration takes over. But see, we can't think that far ahead when the partisan game, it seems. Quote, it is kind of, in a way, trying to create a second class of U.S. citizen. I agree with that. Other immigration experts point to another part of the, actually, we'll take one step back. Right now, that's about the naturalization, like becoming a U.S. citizen, moving here versus being born here. But because, again, it comes down to a very small principle. Like the point would be, how long until you were born here, but you wore the kippa or you supported Palestine? Therefore, now you get knocked into that second category where you can be deported. I believe this is where it's going. Other immigrant experts point to another part of the guidance, which gives U.S. attorneys broader discretion to determine other eligible denaturalization cases. Quote, these categories do not limit the civil division from pursuing any particular case, the memo states. So they're basically giving themselves carte blanche in a lot of ways, and prioritizes for denaturalization can include, quote, any other case referred to the civil division that the division determines to be sufficient important to pursue. So whatever we want to do, that's ridiculous. They've given it this opening to go after whatever they want. Steve Lubet, professor emeritus at the Northwestern University Pritzker School of Law, said that language appears to grant the federal government wide discretion on deciding whom to target, while pretending like there's a small scope that only applies to crimes. They're playing us, guys, like they always do, left or right. Quote, many of the categories are so vague as to be meaningless. Like national security risk, for example, it isn't even clear that they relate to fraudulent procurement, as opposed to post-naturalization conduct. That's exactly the point. Like, for example, taking part in a protest against Israel. To claim that you somehow planned that 6 years ago when you became a U.S. American citizen is just stupid. Certainly possible, but it's also protected under your constitutional rights. Everything they're doing is clearly a textbook violation, guys. Von Spakovsky argues when we extend the opportunity for naturalization to aliens, which, as far as I understand it, is the only way that, or it's a weird way to frame that, we are granting them a great privilege. He says, the privilege of becoming a U.S. citizen. He says, quite frankly, I don't think it matters whether someone was a human trafficker, drug smuggler before they entered the country, while they were applying for citizenship, or after the naturalization. He says, he continued, quote, anyone who has abused the privilege of the opportunity of becoming a U.S. citizen should have that citizenship revoked when they engage in such behavior. You not see how this is being teed up? Now, you'll want to make the argument that it just means that if they were naturalized and they later break the law, then it shouldn't matter, revoke them. Well, no, in principle, that's a U.S. citizen that you're just saying. So by that same principle, you could have your citizenship revoked because you broke the law, which is what Trump is openly saying might happen. But the other part of that is you're being teed up to make the argument that it doesn't matter whether they did it before, whenever, that anyone, he says, who's abused that privilege, anybody, should have that revoked when they engage in such activity, like criticizing Israel. This just couldn't be more clear. Now, this is an interesting overlap. Just like we talked about with the, what was the example? I can't remember now. The point is, it's not about defending the person. or defending their acts. It's about the principle. You're defending the principle, and they always use a case that makes it easy for you to ignore the principle, right? There's somebody who's a murderer or, villain. You go, well, he's a bad guy anyway. You don't want it, but that's the time when you should defend it the most, because that's where they'll always abuse it. So in this case, there's already been one example of a U.S. citizen being revoked. This is interesting. His name was Elliot Duke. They revoked his citizenship. Now it says in 2012, while serving in Germany, he's an Army veteran, by the way, originally from the UK, but moved to the United States and became a U.S. citizen. It says in 2012, while serving in Germany, Duke began receiving and distributing child sexual abuse material, which is abhorrent, via email on the internet, according to the DOJ. Which this is, in my opinion, this is exactly why this case was chosen, because nobody's going to stand up and say his rights should be defended, because they're going to say, you defend child sexual abuse? No, not at all. Obviously not. I'm defending the principle of rights that apply to anybody. But you see, the children in the room are going to want to rush out to try to make that case because they either like it, they want to attack you, think it's funny, or because they genuinely don't understand they're wrong. But the point is that this guy has rights like anybody else. Now, there's a nuance into whether they were violated, but I just want to make this case for what comes next. It says, in January the following year, Duke became a naturalized American citizen, but revoked the U.S. citizenship to do so, which is, I think, how that generally works for the most case. The DOJ filed, or in some cases has to be, but it says the DOJ filed a legal case against Duke back in February of this year in Louisiana, seeking Duke's denaturalization. So it's interesting they started with this case before they made this public sentiment. Like, this feels very coordinated to me. And it says, based both on the conviction for child sexual abuse material and the failure to disclose their crimes during the process. See, now this is my point. Based on the law, you don't need, I think the argument of the crime is enough. We're going to go into the actual breakdown. But by opening, it's the idea of not divulging this, which, I mean, is clearly he is a what's the right, he has a disgusting proclivity. This is a bad person who deserves to be held accountable for the crimes he's committing. But the argument of making it about somehow, like, isn't it possible that he started doing that when he was here? The point is they're trying to warp that into the lying on the application. So then if any point down the line you do that, then you claim that, well, you plan to, or that you always were. I think that's what's happening here, but follow along. It says, in the months it took to get a decision on their case, Duke tried to get a defense attorney. This is where I'm getting to help fight the case, to no avail. They told NPR he wasn't able to get a lawyer. Duke was also unable to travel there for the proceedings. Now, I've double-checked this in other reports. He did not have a lawyer, and he wasn't even there. Now, doesn't this matter to anybody? Like, I'm not trying to defend this person. This is a criminal. He should be in jail, especially for the crimes against our most vulnerable. I will always take that line, but it doesn't matter what your crime is. Are we pretending this person does not have the right to have a lawyer? Or in this case, he couldn't afford one, he couldn't find one. And that's the case of why it's in civil, because people, and whether, I'm not going to want to defend that this guy is the victim. My point is, in other cases where an immigrant who does have who just said the wrong thing about Israel, according to them, who doesn't have the money or the time or the resources, because they rapidly run the process, to get a lawyer, and therefore you go, well, it's not our responsibility. Well, that's why it's being done that way. But the other part of it, I think, is the most important. How in the world are you going to be sentenced to anything, whether in civil or not, and not even be present in the courtroom? The point is that this is where they're going with this, guys. And I think this case was set up so no one wants to call it out. So nobody wants to go, set up, he deserves to be in jail, but used in this way to make it into a case where nobody wants to point out that you've already set up the process to where you can just go boom, 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 right? Without even them there, and claim it's their fault for not showing up or whatever. Just 30 seconds later, boom, show them out of the country. I think that's already going to start happening. It goes on to say, regardless of the crimes Duke committed, the situation sets a dangerous precedent, said Laura Bingham, executive director of the Temple University Institute for Law, Innovation, and Technology. If the government continues to open the question of citizenship up for people who have already received it, this creates a slippery slope for everyone. Hard not to see the logic there. Citizenship, quote, is not supposed to be something, that you continuously open up. For some people, you can't for others. It goes on to say, in the McCarthy era, denaturalization was wielded frequently as a political tool during the Red Scare time, McCarthy era. The Supreme Court stepped in and issued a ruling in 1967. that said that denaturalization is inconsistent with the American form of democracy because it creates two levels of citizenship. Oh, okay. So now we go back to Supreme Court precedent that already ruled that what Trump's doing right now is inconsistent with what we're told we have. Yeah, so maybe we just don't have what we have, and then it all works out, right? And that's the point we're making, is that we are not where we think we are. So there's so many precedents that show you that we are either being driven to this point from somebody that wants this country to collapse or somebody who is trying to drive us there for absolute control. Those are the two things that make sense to me. Probably both at the same time. The reality is that if they've already ruled this is it's contradictory to, repugnant to our democracy, if you believe that's what we still have, or should in all, it simply shows you that they're going away from what they're telling you they want to build. Now it says, quote, so the United States went from having 20,000 some cases in 67 before of denaturalization a year, based on many cases alleging that you're a communist, whether or not they can prove that. It went to 20,000 in a year to having just a handful, like 1, 2, 5, 6, very small numbers for years after 67. That is until Obama. How interesting is that? Which an Obama administration used new digital tools to find potential cases of naturalization fraud going back decades. Oh, I see. So Obama handed the baton to Trump. I see how that works. So as always, left and right mean nothing. The real agenda carries out across multiple left and right administrations. Obama started this, opened the door to seeking out more cases. Why would he do that if it had to do with, the partisan narratives of what they are don't make sense, and they never did. It's all about getting you lost in the ideology of your back and forth between you, Americans fighting Americans, while they all achieve the larger agenda while you're fighting each other. Obama, using new digital tools, also relevant today, finding potential cases going back years about fraud, right? So same thing, accusing you of lying about X, Y, and Z because of what you're doing today. Under Operation Janus, an initiative launched by immigration and justice officials in the Obama era, they claimed a national security interest in examining potential cases of immigration fraud that could be tied to terrorism. Guys, this is exactly what they're currently doing. So Trump is initiating an Obama policy. So you support Obama's policies. Have fun with that. Then Trump's first administration sought to significantly expand the government use of denaturalization and chose to file denaturalization cases against individuals in civil courts rather than criminal. There's the deviation. So now they're all arguing like that is somehow the precedent, even though it seems that was the shift. You see my point? And that's because they don't want you to have a lawyer. They don't want you to be able to, they want it to be minimal. And there were already, in that case, I think set the tone. But Obama literally handed this to Trump. Trump continued it. Biden continued it despite the narratives, and Trump is now seemingly walking it to the end point. Quote, the thing is there just aren't very many cases that fit within the Trump administration's framework of priorities for denaturalization, said Robertson. So if they're really intending maximal enforcement, I think what they're going to end up doing is focusing on people who have not committed any serious infraction, already happening, or maybe any infraction at all, which is also already happening. Ozturk, Khalil, but people for whom there's a possibility that there are grounds to revoke citizenship. That is exactly where we are right now, right? What you're saying and thinking and what they may do, that's the threat. That's the national security threat. What you might do. It's insane where we are. It fits in with the other ways that we've seen immigration enforcement happening under this administration. The right. Crazy. Oh, wait, did I include that for you? Hold on. Forgot I opened that. Here we go. Remember down at the bottom for the memo. Okay, now here's what Grok had to say. Well, and again, to make the point as always before, here's the Immigration and Nationality Act, which is what most of this comes from, or the actual immediate citation within it, or the 14th Amendment. My point is, never take these platforms, the AIs at face value. They lie all the time, but it clearly can line it up in a way that I think reaches more people that might be open to it from the Republican side. What are the legal requirements for U.S. government to revoke a U.S. citizen's citizenship? The U.S. government can revoke a citizen's citizenship against their will only under specific, narrowly defined circumstances outlined in the Immigration and Nationality Act, primarily this right here, USC 1481. We'll go over it. It says, now specifically, grounds for, basically, my point is that when you read into this, most of the points, as you'll see right here, A person who is obtaining naturalization in the foreign state upon their application, taking an oath and making information. Like the point is choosing to do it are most of the points, right? Choosing to do so, like we said about going to the U.S. and revoking the UK citizenship. There's many ways in which this happens. So aside from that's why I specifically asked against their will, right? So involuntary revocation is what we're talking about. Very, very narrow. Fraud or misrepresentation in the process. That's what they're trying to put the bulk into. But see, the main thing is that you have to prove that. Understand, that's why civil, and that's the other point I left out as well. Civil versus criminal changes the burden of proof. In a criminal case, it's beyond a shadow of a doubt. In a civil case, it's not the same thing. So now they've effectively rolled back the burden of proof. They don't require to give them a lawyer. They apparently don't have to be in the room. And that's why they're trying to roll it into that. But the point is, fraud or misrepresentation and naturalization process, well, even under civil, you're supposed to have a process, prove those things, but they've watered it down to such a degree that it's insane. But protesting Israel is enough to say that you came here with the intention to do that and you lied to us. They've already made that case. So that's one big thing right there. And so that right there is a huge, it is a violation of your rights to simply argue that without verifying those facts. But the point it comes into is what they're saying today. Voluntary acts indicating intent to relinquish citizenship. Now, first of all, as far as I could tell, these are the only things they can argue. That you somehow lied or misrepresented what you were. Or in extreme cases, some kind of crime that you committed that surpasses a certain level. But that's why Trump's administration is kind of broadening it out to whatever they feel makes sense. It's all being bastardized. But when it comes down to here, it says voluntary acts indicating intent to relinquish citizenship. This is really interesting to me. One of them is taking an oath of allegiance to a foreign state. Okay, well, there's a ton of people here that overlap with the Israeli and U.S. administrations. More specifically, serving in a foreign government or military. There's Brian Mast. It's an obvious example. So by the reality of this, they should have to relinquish their citizenship. Or plenty of people that overlap with the UK military. Or, there's plenty of points like that. My point is to see how, selective it becomes. Committing treason or attempting to overthrow the U.S. government. Isn't it funny that that's what the Democrats say Trump tried to do? And yet somehow he's president? I don't think they believe it most of the time. I think it's more about narrative, but I still think it's interesting. There's all these different points, and they're going after people that are flimsy at best. Members of subversive organizations. Now, this I think is one of the biggest parts of it. Citizenship can be revoked if a naturalized citizen within 5 years becomes a member of an or affiliated with an organization, communist or terrorist groups that would have preclude naturalization. Okay, so the point is, if you within a 5-year period join ISIS, then they could revoke it. But they're trying to broaden that out like everything else. Like you make it about supporting Palestine, you see. But you see, that's why the court matters, because no judge is going to say you joined an organization by supporting a You have to prove these things. You can say you might, but there's no provable evidence that you joined Hamas or whatever. And that's why they're trying to water it down as well. Legal process. It says the denaturalization typically requires a civil proceeding in a federal district court. That's what Grok is saying today. The reality is that that's now the reality, but that was altered in Trump's last administration. The government must file a lawsuit to revoke citizenship, and the citizen has a right to a trial, legal representation, and due process under the Fifth Amendment. So let's remember that, guys. So right now, even Grok is telling you that what happened with even that pedophile guy was a violation of his rights. He wasn't there. There was no process for him to be present. They just together ruled, amongst themselves what he was doing. Couldn't even find a lawyer. It's just obvious. The government must prove its case by clear, unequivocal, and convincing evidence. Quote, a high standard established in specifically, what is that, Schneiderman versus the United States. So we even have a Supreme Court precedent that says that it's not the normal level of civilian case ruling. It is clear, unequivocal, and convincing evidence, which almost feels like, beyond a shadow of a doubt is maybe a little bit more extreme, but the point is that's not what we're hearing today. Lastly, at limitations, it says the government cannot revoke citizenship for reasons like political beliefs, minor crimes, lifestyle, which doesn't apply to this first guy, right? That's, sexual material on a child, a very big deal. The point is that that's opening the door with the other processes to go after people, as the memo even says, that just criticize Israel, aren't happy with the war against Iran. That's political beliefs, guys. And it says, or lifestyle choices unless they fall under specific grounds above, which is what we already listed off, which simply criticizing Israel does not, but they're trying to make it the national security overlap. There's your complete circle. It says revocation does not automatically lead to deportation. A separate removal process is required with its own legal protections. That I can promise you is not going to happen. So they're going to try to remove their citizenship and then just throw them on a plane. So you understand, the point is, if you then remove them, you're supposed to get a process from citizenship. Then there's supposed to be a separate legal process for deportation. What you're going to get is all these people that act like somehow the process itself is now it's too much and it takes too long. They've effectively got you to argue that the very thing holding the government at bay is what you don't like anymore. The Constitution is too restrictive. We can't have checks and balances. It takes too long. It's wild what they can get people to cheer for when they don't know what they're talking about. Now, here is the immigrant. Oh, I'll include this. Now, I see this is the one that the largely relates to 8 USC 1481, which I'll include as well, which is right here. And the 14th Amendment, since it's mentioned, is important to read. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. So this is the Constitution, guys. This is unequivocal. So for them to try to warp this into something different, it's very clear to me. And so all these deviations going as far back as you want have always been repugnant to the Constitution. Therefore, based on Mayberry versus Madison or others, repugnant, therefore null and void. That's simple enough to me right there. So this is where we always need to come back to, like a hardcore constitutional line, because all the rest, legal realities, it's all warping it if we understand the core point. But it says no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, not different whether naturalized or other, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property. Any person, illegal or otherwise, without due process of law. Very clear. Okay, and then the last two things I want to discuss before we wrap up today. This one is very important, I think, around these are some kind of abstract points that connect to things we talked about and what we're talking about today in a general sense. But the main thing we're going to talk about next, the new moves that expose the Bukele MS-13 connections. We just talked about this. First was the actual I always want to include this, the drop site report, the secret Bukele deal lies behind Trump's El Salvador deportations. If you don't remember, Bukele, even according to our U.S. government in the past, argued that he made a deal with MS-13 to make it look like crime was reduced. That's who your governments are working with right now. The cool dictator, he calls himself, who basically took over the country. He's a Zionist too. He's a proud Zionist. It's obvious. This is the one part of the technocratic Zionist control structure. It's very clear to me. Realized that he manipulated this. He cheated, which was called out by a lot of different people. He then removed people from the judiciary system, and that basically removed it entirely, and has now suspended civil liberties indefinitely. And that's what you're cheering on? Well, clearly, if you support Trump, because that's what he says, he's driving you in the same direction. But the point was this. Trump admin moves quietly to drop charges against MS-13 leaders. Cities, other national sites, other national security priorities. So you're going to tell me you've started an entire, direction against going after MS-13 and using them as the basis for going after people like Garcia, and then you drop the charges against the leaders? Why do you think that is? Well, we discussed it in this show. It's because they already made an agreement, and Trump is trying to get these people out of the way and back to El Salvador before they have to testify in court, where they will then probably publicly admit that Bukele made a deal with them. Either way you look at it, think about dropping charges against the leaders in this country while going after people who you can't even prove are part of the gang. Secondarily, here's what Pam Bondi just publicly said on the 28th. They listed a bunch of stuff they're doing in this press conference. This one says the terror gang numbers, and it says Pam Bondi's enforcement update: 2,711 arrests of terrorists and gang members today. Tren de Aragua, MS-13, cartels targeted. Oh, you mean other than the leaders that you're working with? Outstanding. I just think it's insane, guys. You can literally prove that they're dropping the charges and it's public information, and it's now becoming clear that Bukele made a deal with them. there's so much more going on here. And as they stand up and pretend like they're going after these people, no, it seems like they're arresting people with brown skin and saying that. That's what the evidence seems to show. Now, also, this is just this weird development. Now, this started where Trump had said that hotel, restaurant, and farm workers wouldn't be targeted, which was just a shocking hypocritical stance based on what they've been doing. You know, the ones we like that work at our farms and our hotels, they're not going to go after them, while claiming that we're going to go after the evil ones. Well, as if you could somehow know that everyone that worked in these locations are not. It's probably the same. You know, if they exist anywhere, they exist in any of these crowds. And the bottom line is he's going after people you can prove are not criminals and ignoring the ones that might be in the group they like. But then Tom Homan stood up and said, I don't know about that at all. We're going after all of them. And then Trump then walked it back and said, wait, no more, not for a second. Then this is literally how it went. Now we're coming back around and saying, okay, well, there's going to be temporary pass for some of them. Now, I won't be surprised if Tom Homan comes up tomorrow and says, I have no nothing about that. It's just this weird dynamic that keeps happening. The point is the same thing. Either, for whatever reason, Tom Homan and him aren't on the same page. Maybe it's about keeping you thinking things might change. But this is hypocrisy. If you're going to give temporary passes to the ones that work in your places and then go after people that aren't criminals, it's just a gross violation of power like everything else we're seeing. Here's a clip about people pretending to be ICE agents. Obviously, this is continuing to happen because of the illegitimate nature of the way they're conducting this. Not identifying, blatant violations of procedure and the law. Not identifying themselves, not presenting warrants. These are like foundational items that are supposed to invalidate everything they're doing, but yet weirdly doesn't seem to matter right now, at least in the current power structure, which is our government. It's not left or right as far as I'm concerned. But Chris Webb says this is exactly why ICE agents should be required to identify themselves. And they are, though. They are already required to. They're just ignoring that. ICE, but the simple point is people are pretending to be ICE and carrying out all sorts of crimes. I've got many examples now. Here's a report from, this looks like Channel 5 News.
Someone impersonating a federal agent is raising new fears among undocumented immigrants here in Southern California.
This is a man who had federal-looking official papers in his car. He also had a loaded fire weapon and at one point even claimed to have worked as a federal agent. Of course, none of that was true. He was actually wanted for drunk driving and at one point had been arrested for human smuggling. Fake federal agents. It's a new worry for city officials in Huntington Park after police arrested this man, 24-year-old Fernando Diaz of Los Angeles. During a press conference Friday, police unveiled key evidence that led to his Tuesday night arrest, including the suspect's vehicle, a gray Dodge Durango seen here filled with copies of passports, federal enforcement-style documents, cell phones, red and blue lights, and a loaded firearm parked on South Alameda Street in a handicapped spot. It was enough to almost fool police who initially thought Diaz might be an off-duty officer.
When further questioned, the individual claimed he previously worked for Customs and Border Protection. However, he could produce no valid credentials to validate that.
Instead, the man was wanted for drunk driving and previously had been arrested for human smuggling.
Isn't it interesting? And see, you have a person who is actually guilty of human trafficking, a person who, appears, arguably might also be an illegal alien. The hilarious part about this is not only is this person is acting as an ICE agent and all of this going on, and it just shows you that this is not about going after the people you think they're going after. This person is literally acting through all of this. And they're going after people who aren't breaking the law or people that say things about Israel. That's not the only example. There's plenty of these. Here's from The Guardian. USC's spate of arrests of civilians impersonating ICE officers. This just keeps happening. Why? Because they're allowing it to. Because they're not doing their job. They're not forcing them to follow the law. So then other people become rampantly lawless because why wouldn't they? And now you're going to get people that rightly, and this is what's so interesting about it. They're trying to say, by the way, Pam Bondi said, 500% increase in attacks on the I think it's 300. I think that's the report number. It's just typical for them to embellish these things. I could be wrong. But my point is, When you actually look at the way this has gone, or even Meldick pointed out, well, you are breaking the law. You are arresting people who aren't breaking the you're in many cases arresting people who are U.S. citizens and then taking weeks to find out and releasing them. People are acting out about that. Now, whether you think it's legal or not, you can understand why somebody might be frustrated or might act out. But through your illegitimate, illegal actions are driving people to take irrational action. But whether allowed or not, the bigger point is that people, as a member of Congress, just called out to Bondi, where she lied and pretended like she'd never heard they weren't identifying themselves and had masks on. She's lying. Everyone can prove that. That he even said to her, "Why would they assume you're an officer? Somebody comes up in a mask and tries to grab your arm. Why wouldn't you fight back? And then you're going to be charged for a crime because you fight back." That, I guarantee you, is a huge portion of these numbers. Sort of like the ADL tells you a Palestinian flag is anti-Semitism. They're taking a note from that book. You fight back against somebody you don't even know who it is, and then you're accused of fighting an ICE agent. Or plenty of examples where people are stepping in to try to stop them from something that's illegal. Whether you think it's right or not, the point is they're sort of manufacturing the numbers that rationalize why they need to do more of the illegal thing. Typical U.S. government. USC spate of interest of arrests of civilians impersonating ICE officers. It's not going to slow down. And this only gives you more reason to doubt whether this person in front of you is actually law enforcement. I mean, there are people being stolen from, people being raped, people being, dragged. This is rife for obvious corruption, right? Which makes sense. A corrupt situation is ripe for more corruption, right? Here's one Eric Melnick pointed out on June 9th. A man pretending to be an ICE agent went into a business, tied up the woman working there, and stole $1,000 from her. But nobody cared about that, right? We only care about going after innocent people and sending them to El Salvador. Now, we've talked about this many times. We just talked about it on Fine Points. Star witness against Kilmar Abrego Garcia won't be deported. I just want to include it. We already mentioned it. You can read the article for yourself. This is insanely hypocritical. You're taking somebody who is a multiple-time offender, who's been deported many times. It's all in here, my public information. Who is literally charged and guilty of human trafficking, not accused of smuggling people who work for somebody and not being able to prove that, but human trafficking. A real criminal. And he is the one they're using to accuse Garcia of something he did in 2022, which I don't even know how you can make that make sense. And that he has every reason to lie about this because they're letting him out of jail. And they're letting him out. He's going to live in the United States. That's what they just said. For at least a year. So now you're letting a proven criminal exist in this country who's guilty of trafficking around your families and your children, while using his testimony to put somebody in jail or deport somebody who you can't prove is actually guilty of those things. That's only a win to people who don't care about the facts. And they're plenty. Now, we also have this Daily Beast. Trump frees felon to keep deported Maryland dad locked up. Conservative platform. It's obvious what's going on. Now, here's a couple examples I wanted you to see before we wrap up. Purple Heart veteran forced to deport after green card revoked. Now, this gets into the same overlap as the point of like the crimes and different things. But it really does have to matter about, this guy fought for the United States. Now, look, me, I'm of the mind that was a mistake, very clearly. Not necessarily that what he did, many of these people believe they go into this with the best of intentions. They believe they're fighting for freedom. They believe they're saving people from destruction. And most of them, as I understand, very rapidly recognize that's a lie. Just talk to veterans. You'll easily find that out. We talked about that this morning as well. My point, though, is not to support the war or being, is the action. My point is as we all look at this, especially this government, they can't stop screaming the virtues of our veterans and then abusing them every way they can because they don't care about them. They like you to think they care about them. Like this case. But my point is a Purple veteran or a Purple Heart veteran, somebody who risks their lives to save others is what that means. And also fought for this country is deported. When you're telling us you're going after the worst of the worst, doesn't this mean anything to anybody? I mean, it does to a lot of people that think that they believe in this stuff. Clearly they don't. And it goes on to say United States Army veteran who was forced to self-deport to South Korea has told Newsweek that he will only return once Donald Trump leaves office. Purple Heart veteran Se-Jun Park has lived in the United States for 48 years. 48 years. Was told by immigration authorities that he had 3 weeks to leave the country. Now, it gets more nuanced than this. Trust me. There's down here parts where he apparently broke the law, went to jail, but you'll see. I could be dishonest about this, but I never would be. It's not by choice, as you know. My point is, I should say other people could easily misrepresent this to make it add to their case. I want you to see the real picture of this. And nonetheless, just like the point of the pedophile, that it's a principle thing, right? It matters about whether or not the rights are there, not whether you're defending the guy. But this is a more nuanced and I think important case to where they're going with all of this. It says the Trump administration has directed ICE to hit 3,000 arrests a day, which, I mean, that's in and of its own point, guys. You're guaranteed, if you're getting a quota, you're going to arrest people that are not guilty, which we've seen more than not. The facts back that up, guys. But that's why, as we all know, I mean, if you make a for-profit system, people are going to bend it, like we see with the prison systems, like we see with Alcatraz, Alcatraz, and all the rest of the things they tell you are coming. It's privatized, guys. That's exactly where we always fought against. But now Trump did it, and it's okay. Trump has said that most detentions and deportations, it says 3,000 arrests a day as part of an aggressive mass deportation policy. Trump has said that most detentions and deportations would target individuals with criminal records. However, in recent weeks, and I argue it's not just recent weeks, it's pretty much the entire time, there have been multiple reports of people with valid documentation being detained for deportations. As well as, from the very beginning, it has not been the most criminal. Park immigrated to the United States from South Korea at 7 years old, originally obtaining legal permanent residency through a green card. At 19 years old, he enlisted in the U.S. Army and served in 1989 Panama conflict during the Noriega War. He was wounded twice in combat and received a Purple Heart in recognition of his bravery. Park was honorably discharged from the military and returned to his home in Los Angeles. Honorably discharged. Now, this is what I think is where it becomes important. Because we all know what they suffer through when they come back from these horrible situations where they're tricked into thinking they're fighting for freedom and end up doing things that, humans aren't supposed to do. And at the end of the day, struggling because of it. And then because of how he struggles, they deport him. It says Park was honorably discharged and sent to Los Angeles, where he experienced severe post-traumatic stress disorder. It says to manage symptoms like nightmares and sensitivity to loud noises, PTSD, he used marijuana. In 1995, he relocated to Hawaii in search of a better quality of life. However, he said that he later developed an addiction to crack cocaine. Drugs had a big control throughout my life, and that's what eventually got me into trouble with the law and everything. In 2009, that was his quote. 2009, Park was convicted of drug and bail-related offenses and served 2 years two and a half years in a prison. After his release, ICE agents detained him and revoked his green card. This is back in 2019. So right there, the argument is similar to the same. Like, this guy served the U.S. I mean, it seems like at the very least, give something like he's struggling through trying to cope with PTSD for fighting for the U.S. government. It feels over the top for me right there, just as a personal opinion. But he goes forward. He contested his deportation in court. And as a Purple Heart recipient, see, this is the judge felt the same way I do, and was granted deferred action, allowing him to remain in the United States under the condition that he regularly checked in with immigration authorities and maintained sobriety, which apparently he has ever since. Park has 2 children in their 20s and helps care for his elderly parents and aunts. Not anymore, though, since they deported him. These last 14 years have been great, he says. Like, really proud of myself, proud of my kids, how I've been acting and how I've been living my life. And this is who the Trump administration is taking advantage of. This month, officials terminated his deferred action status and informed him that he must leave the country voluntarily or face detention and forced deportation. He was issued an ankle monitor and given 3 weeks to make arrangements. Doesn't that just make you sick? This man who struggled through this process, which most Americans struggle through, addiction, drug use, it's reality, let alone, through PTSD, fighting for the U.S. government, which is the way I should say that, the government, then goes through a process where he, falls into bad way and goes in front of a judge. The judge sees something, lets him go, and he makes his life right. 14 years where he's with his kids and been here for 48 years, takes care of his family, his grandma, his aunt, his elderly parents, and his aunts. And on the record has checked in regularly ever since then with the court. And this is who they pick on? I mean, how do you not see what's happening here? They're going for the lowest possible hanging fruit and letting MS-13 gang members go free, letting a human trafficking deportation repeatee, or whatever you would call it, live in the country because he accuses Garcia of something else. It takes a special kind of willful ignorance to not recognize this is an abuse and not the other way around. Now, here is breakthrough news pointing out this guy's name is Narciso Barranco, an undocumented landscaper in Santa Ana, California, was repeatedly punched, pepper sprayed, and pinned to the ground by masked U.S. Border Patrol agents outside of an IHOP. The father, in fact, of 3 U.S. Marines was then forced into an unmarked car. His family said Barranco suffered a dislocated shoulder during the June 21st attack and has received no medical treatment while being in the ICE facilities. Realize that's a very common thing right now, is they're wildly overpacked, way like tens of thousands of people over, as well as the fact that people are dying seemingly regularly right now in ICE facilities. That's not a secret. I mean, I don't know how as Americans we can pretend we're okay with this. And it says, I guess, unless you just hate Democrats enough to pretend that's what it's about. It says, well, DHS claims he swung a weed trimmer at agents, which, remember, they've been caught lying repeatedly to cover up their actions. And I mean, provably caught lying. In this case, it says, well, they claim that no evidence has been provided. His sons are now seeking legal help to fight his deportation. Interesting. Now, David Icke says, this is Trump's moronic brain donor Gestapo violently arresting the landscaper father, apparently, of 3 U.S. Marines. MAGA, you are sleepwalking into fascism while shouting we're winning. To some of you, like Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, and other Trump arse kissers, this really is winning. But not all MAGA is like them. I agree with this. Others voted for Trump believing what the genetic liar told them. But now is the time to stand up and face the truth of what this man represents. In my opinion, what any of them represent, left or right, Biden or Trump. How do we not see that by now? Think about it for a second. He says, why do you think he could care less about you when Elon Musk gave him $250 million to get elected and now gets cast aside and threatened for having the wrong opinion on the big ugly bill, which may very well may be the case. Tucker Carlson played a major role in getting Trump elected, but the moment he pushed back on bombing Iran, he's called kooky and cast aside. It's wild. Musk is part of the club, and Carlson was a Trump insider. So what contempt Trump must have for rank and file voters like you. You are just ballot fodder to him. Even extreme sycophants like Kirk and Johnson would be out the door the moment they say something the God King in his own mind doesn't like. Time to wake up to the true nature of the man in the White House imposing a gathering tyranny for his masters, as planned all along. You've seen nothing yet. I just hate that I agree with that so much, only because it's just terrifying where it's going. Now, guys, with all that we've shown you today, with all the facts and the provable information and just textbook examples, this is what Noam has to say. This is something Orwell shared that's just, it's insane. I'll just play it first. So again, with all the information, all the facts, outraged narratives, things they can't prove.
By thanking our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers for what they do every day. They are out on the streets, and violence against them has increased over 500%.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've jumped ahead. That's in my mind. So that's what I was referring to. Pretty sure that at least, and again, I don't trust any of these numbers, like what they use, what they show. But from what I saw, I believe it said 300%. But it's irrelevant to my point. That claiming that number is absurd when you understand why it's happening and that what they're doing is textbook illegal. They're not identifying themselves. They're not presenting warrants. I mean, how do we not acknowledge that that's shockingly against the law? And then people either react not knowing or react because they're upset. And then you turn around and claim that's some vigilante violence. And that's why we have to do more of the same thing. It's exactly what you always expect from the U.S. government.
Since Trump has gone back into the White House, because he's upholding the law and because a bunch of liberals, socialists, and Marxists are out there lying about what President Trump is doing.
Oh, that's it. That's all that's happening, right? Not that you can literally prove facts and show he's lying or show. No, and from a nonpartisan perspective, no, it just got to be the evil Democrats and the evil Marxists because that's what the people want to hear who are blindly following this. That's what they go, yeah, the Democrats, the ideology, despite the fact that they don't care about any of that as long as they can control your life, as long as they can work with the people who actually embody those things to control your life. It couldn't be more cartoonishly comical at this point. But it gets crazier.
President Trump is upholding freedom by what he is doing.
Despite violating your constitutional rights and, locking people in prisons that don't deserve it or U.S. citizens, but freedom.
Freedom to live safely in this country and to do things legally and to have justice.
Unless you have the wrong skin color or say the wrong things about Israel or don't like the Iran war or.
And because those liberals, and I'm calling out you, CNN, I'm calling you out because you lie every single day about what these operations are.
Right. They're so salty about them going, they didn't bomb these things all the way. How dare you insult our pilots? It's just wild. Again, I think it's comical only insofar that it's just so ridiculous. But when you realize how much power they have and what they're doing with it, it's wildly terrifying. But you got to admit how stupid it is.
We are going after murderers and rapists and traffickers and.
No. You mean the trafficker you let go to pretend to go after a trafficker, or the MS-13 leaders that you just released or dropped the charges? You're not, though. Vast majority are provably here legally with no criminal record. The easiest thing to prove in this conversation.
Drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here. The other day I was talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE. They said that they had detained a cannibal and put him on a plane to take him home. And while they had him in his seat, he started to eat himself. And they had to get him off and get him medical attention. These are the kind of deranged individuals that are on our streets in America that we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so deranged they don't belong here. And they shouldn't be walking the streets with our children. And they shouldn't be living in the community.
Right. So get Garcia out of here because that guy ate his arm, right? Khalil shouldn't exist because that guy's a cannibal, assuming we can even prove that ever happened. Most likely not, though. But they rape and everything. And in the world, there's bad things. So he should get out of here. It's just so stupid. What does one thing have to do with the other? Are you suggesting that because that guy did that every illegal immigrant eats their arm? Well, that's stupid. Or that somehow because he's a cannibal that we have to criticize. I mean, it's so stupid. And honestly, I think that's what she thinks is a shifty play, right? I'm working the situation. You're looking like a fool. Like, I think about how stupid this is. And even really quickly, remember this. We already talked about this. As we talked to Dan Cohen and plenty of others that this was them when they tried to lie about Haiti. And the report that this was Jason Bassler posted this at the time. Are Haitian cannibal gangs terrorizing the country? Remember all that about the cannibals? And we went up crazy. And the Joneses and Benny Johnsons all rushed out to scream these things. And it turned out to not be the reality. It says, we dug up the source and weigh the legitimacy of these claims. Is this sensationalist narrative a distraction? Watch it for yourself. The reason these things are used is because they're shocking. At this point, they've already accused everyone under the sun of being rapists and traffickers. It's becoming benign at this point for the narrative. So now they go, he's a cannibal. Eating, and he ate his arm at a protest or he ate himself? I mean, look, is it not possible that somebody is just a lunatic? Sure. But then what's your argument here, Noam? Are you trying to suggest that that's the level of insanity of people that are from other countries? Are you trying to suggest, it's just, if that's real, the guy's a lunatic. Hardly the point is he's probably a schizophrenic who just, and then you're hurting him the bottom line is that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Not whether real or not. That is about trying to cast the baby with the bathwater, just go after anybody that they point to because, cannibals. I'm just continually blown away by how stupid all this is. And we'll end with the point of this. I wasn't going to go into deep, but just to highlight this on the way out, we'll probably talk about it more as we go forward. Greg Stoker says, martial law soft launch. National Guardsmen, as they report in this clip, this is from today, from the judge advocate general to be deputized as immigration judges for the new Alligator Alcatraz. Welcome to the new, unconstitutional American country, whatever you want to call it. The reality of this country that is rapidly shifting into a unconstitutional direction. How does that work? First of all, National Guard are now becoming deputized judges of immigration. How does that even make sense? It says, remember, all of this is for profit. Become fascism. He says, because fascism. Then Ron DeSantis, who I thought, didn't they hate each other? Apparently not when, of course not. This is about building out the infrastructure for where this is going. You think the whole ICE focusing on illegal immigrants is slowing down? They're rapidly shifting this into the open door of you next and building out prisons in multiple locations, as they say right in this clip. Not just Florida, multiple new they're popping up all over the country. Great. All the moron people scream because they don't understand this, that you're in the crosshairs right now. Greg Stoker also points out Trump's new alligator Alcatraz looks very reminiscent to CCOT in El Salvador. How weird. Almost like this was coordinated. Whatever violence and dirty work we do overseas always comes home to roost. That's your future right there. If you dare speak out about the wrong people in the wrong time. Derek Bros simply says, as Benny Johnson cheerleads this out, as always, yay, whatever Trump said today, yay. Derek says, sometimes I think Trump supporters can't be any more statist. Bootlicking authority worshipers. And then this dude speaks. Exactly. I don't think anyone realizes how impressive alligator Alcatraz is. Oh my God, it's the coolest thing ever. I genuinely get embarrassed some of these times. I'll play this for you right now. As Charlie Robinson says, cheerleading for the state is gay and retarded, Benny. And he goes, guys, I've just been handed official alligator Alcatraz merch. This guy's a child.
I just want everyone to know that there's official alligator Alcatraz merch. There it is, provided to us by the state of Florida. Incredible. And yeah, would you rock this drip? Look at that.
Wow. Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? Being on the inside, getting a cool hat. You're so cool. Makes me sad that anybody thinks this is worthy of praise. I mean, for F's sake, guys, how are these people leading others? I'd like to believe that they're not the ones that are, that's the illusion of what's really happening. I think most people are truly seeing through this. As Nick Sorter writes, in multiple other states are already working on their own versions. Yay! It's so cool. Because that's what they're all being told to say right now. Look at the thing that we're all supposed to cheer because it's so fantastic. It's like I said earlier. Trump says the something, and they all jump up and know what they're supposed to say, no matter whether it contradicts what they just said 30 seconds ago. Orwell simply says, any American cheering for this needs to know that you too may end up here. Don't let the guise of immigration fool you. And she cites to an article, what to know about the DOJ revoking citizenship of naturalized Americans. Lastly, Melnick pointed something out. There's a long thread you could read for yourself, actually, about the whole thing, about what's going on in Alcatraz, in Florida, in this prison. But he made an interesting point here. People are responding to him, and he posted this: literal cages, not even metaphorical ones, literal ones. Now, because people can only see through the partisan lens, right? The partisans that do so. It's the partisan field. That's how they are, and it's not the majority, in my opinion, anymore. But it's currently strong. It's being jammed down our throats is what I mean. There's a lot in here. He's responding to people. And the point, this last one, this guy goes, this was Obama and Biden's cages. Maybe shut the hell up is what he says. Okay. So what's your point? Are you assuming that he's okay with it when Biden does it? Because that would be dumb, because he's not. Here's what he says. Again, we literally sued Obama over these conditions. There's a reason that I followed. I appreciate this guy's opinion. He may be partisan. I don't know. I think there are points where I feel the same. But he clearly seems to have principles in the conversation. And he's pointing out that we sued Obama because it's not about the side. It's about the principle of this being wrong. But you see, they can only assume that he must be, you only don't like it because it's Trump. Well, that's your broken worldview. You have Trump derangement syndrome. Or, people can have the Trump, whatever, both sides of it, left and right. The people that are falling into that accuse one side of only going after Trump, the other side accused of not caring. He says, I personally was counsel on the lawsuit against Obama, their administration, that eventually forced them to provide basics like soap and toothbrushes because it's not left and right. Obama and Biden, they all did the same things. He goes, also, that second picture is from Trump. Of course. But that's the point. The point is that he'll go after anybody doing it. But people don't want to admit that this is not partisan. Because if they lose that, right, if they're somehow not able to convince themselves thoroughly that it's only about one side, well, their whole worldview collapses. And I think that we need to get there. I think they need that, quite frankly, to get over the hump of recognizing where we are. But everything is changing. People are truly beginning to question these things. We all see it. It's self-evident as far as I'm concerned, but even just we pointed out today. So it's more important than ever to continue to push this stuff out, to call it out, to present it, to get in groups, discuss it, right? It's important to it's important that we think this is important. You know what I mean? Like I'm not, everybody doesn't have to engage, like be as immersed in it as some of us are, but it's important that you recognize that this is foundational. Like what they're doing is a slow incremental change to normalize no longer believing in what I believe is the last grasping effort, the tendrils that are holding some element of the government in check. Clearly they don't care about it, but it's still a perception that it matters. And so there's still some level of needing to keep you thinking that that matters. And we are moments away from that just no longer mattering. And that they're already telling you that American citizens are next, naturalized or otherwise, as Trump made clear twice, rather 5 times, or 6 times, but in the conversation today we showed. I don't know why that's not enough. Please show everybody else that we do care. That as the human species, as the American people, that we do care. Thank you for tuning in. As always, if you support this platform, if you support what we're doing, the content is for free. Show us that you believe in it. Show us why. Help us continue to grow, because we're not slowing down no matter what. Thank you for being here. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
In some respects, it's just as bad now, the authoritarianism that is coming, Gerald. I am really, really fearful for the President of the United States of America to suggest, as he did on Air Force One on Sunday night, that American citizens could be deported, for his press secretary to say, we're looking into a way to see if this is legal. We don't know if it's legal or not. A, is terrifying. B, betrays such a profound ignorance of first principles to which he is sworn. He is sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to enforce federal law.
You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, yeah, that includes them. What do you think? There's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too.
Profoundly un-American, utterly unconstitutional, and I'm sorry to say is coming.